We'll now proceed to item 3A on the agenda, Investment Policy 3.04, the annual review. I do understand, and I know, Mark, you're approaching the podium. Thank you. I also understand that Jason Schmidt from Chandler Asset Management is available to us this evening, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Mark. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is the annual review of the city's investment policy. This year we are suggesting one change to the policy, and before I get to that, I'll give a little bit of a background. The city's investments are governed by California Government Code, which sets forth a list of permitted investments, and in many cases our city investment policy is more restrictive than what the California Government Code allows for. Just for a little bit of background too for the members of the public, we meet on a monthly basis with the investment committee, which is a subcommittee of council, meaning 2 council members and 2 members of the public that are appointed. We meet on a monthly basis to review the city's monthly investment report, but also to review the investment policy on an annual basis as required by the city's policy. So we met with them last month. They reviewed the policy and suggested a couple of changes that I'll mention when we get to that part. But what I wanted to point out was when you're looking at the red line version, and that's on big page 7, you'll see that the one change that we're proposing to make to this policy is to add commercial paper as an allowed investment vehicle. And that is allowed per the California Government Code, something that we had not had in our city's investment policy previously. We're suggesting we want to add that to allow some flexibility. And what that does is it gives us another investment tool that we can go to as the investing environment changes. And just a little bit of a reminder, the city's investments, there are 3 areas of focus that we look at. First is safety, second liquidity, and third is yield, in that order. So safety means that we need to preserve capital and not lose any money. So therefore, the government code, as an example, does not allow us to invest in the stock market. It's much too risky, so it's not an allowed investment vehicle. So that's the safety side of it. For liquidity, that means that we need to be able to access the money and turn it into cash fairly quickly. And then the third and least important of the 3 is the yield, which is what most people focus on when we look to see how the investments are doing, but that being the lowest on the category of priorities. So that's the way a little bit of how the city's investments work. So the one suggested change is to add commercial paper as an allowable investment per city policy. Again, that is allowed per government code, California Government Code. And I will point out that in discussions with the investment committee, they had proposed some changes that made the city's policy that we're presenting tonight a little bit more restrictive than what the government code allows. And the example, one of the examples is on big page 7, under number 9, commercial paper. You look at section A, securities issued by corporations, and then subsection I, or Roman numeral 1, corporation organized and operating in the United States with assets more than $1 billion. Per government code, that was $500 million. And in discussions with the investment committee, they felt they'd rather go to a $1 billion in assets as a measure. So they're being a little bit more restrictive to open it up to much bigger corporations. The second section that was suggested that's different from what the government code allows is in the last paragraph. That's on big page 8. That last paragraph that talks about city may purchase no more than 10% of the outstanding commercial paper of any single issuer, and no more than 10% of the city's portfolio may be invested in commercial paper. Now, the government code allows that to be up to 25%. So no more than 25% of the portfolio may be invested in commercial paper is per government code. But in discussions with the investment committee, they felt more comfortable reducing that to no more than 10% of the portfolio may be invested in commercial paper. And the other change is then to add a definition for commercial paper. That's back in the definitions page. Big page 13. So again, the suggestion to add this as another tool is to allow more flexibility to try different investment vehicles as they come available and as the investing environment permits. And by way, to give a little perspective, in 2018, we added negotiable certificates of deposit to our investment policy. And the way the policy reads in regards to negotiable certificates of deposit is that these securities shall not exceed 20% of the total portfolio. And to just give you an idea, since 2018, we have invested in some negotiable certificates of deposit, but as of the July investment report, monthly investment report, we only had 0.11% of the portfolio in negotiable certificates of deposit. So a way of saying that whatever we put in our policy as a not to exceed amount, we tend to not even come close to that. So that concludes the report. I'll be able to take any questions, and as the Mayor said, we also have Jason Schmidt from our investment advisors available to take any questions as well.
All right, I think what we'll do at this point then is go ahead and ask for questions from council members. I wonder if the members of the investment committee, though, want to make any comments first as to the recommendation, or if you have any questions as to the recommendation. Doesn't hear. Okay. Right, let's go ahead.
I have questions.
Okay, let's start. Charlotte had her hand up first. Let's do that, and then Sean, you're on deck. Okay. All right, Charlotte.
The very last part of the addition says no more than 5% of the portfolio may be invested in any single issuer. The maximum maturity does not exceed 270 days. What is the significance of the 270 days?
I'll see if Jason wants to add to that, but that is keeping it a short-term investment. We are limited to a 5-year term on our investments, and the 270 days is keeping it within a shorter term. And I believe there's a turnaround on that, but if Jason wants to add anything, I'll leave it there.
Sure. So, Councilmember Craven, one of the things to remember about commercial paper is that it's a short-term obligation, and by law, basically those obligations must come due 270 days or less by definition. And so these are very short-term investments by definition.
Okay, thank you. I have comments, but I'll make them later.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mulchay?
This can either go to Mark or Jason. It was, the question came up during our investment committee meeting as we were doing some due diligence and talking about commercial paper. It was discussed the fact that the city already invests pretty heavily in LAIF, which is administered by the state, and that LAIF itself already invests quite a bit in commercial paper. So to its very nature, we already indirectly are invested in commercial paper. It's not necessarily foreign to us, nor are its returns. So it's something that we technically do invest in indirectly via LAIF. That made the thought of venturing into another type of investment tool a little bit less, say, scary. I should phrase that as a question. That is true, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. I was going to ask you to phrase it as a question. All right. Are there other questions? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm on some other agency boards, and a few years ago we allowed the commercial paper part of the portfolio. But the question is how often are they being used? Is anybody, Jason, do you have any information, or perhaps Mark? I mean, how important is this for a total investment portfolio?
I'll defer to Jason on that for some perspective on other agencies.
Sure. So typically what we see is that agencies allow the purchase of commercial paper. For our clients, it can ebb and flow as far as the amount of commercial paper that is actually in the portfolio. It depends upon the economic environment, the opportunities available in the market. But traditionally what you'll see is maybe 2 to 3% of a portfolio will have commercial paper. So it's widely used. And in addition to that, it is really when you think about commercial paper, what is allowed by the California Government Code is only for the commercial paper of prime quality, meaning that it is a very, very highly rated commercial paper. The companies, a lot of them are household names. Let me give you one, for example, is Toyota Motor Credit is one of those that issues commercial paper that's out there. So a lot of these names are of the larger corporations that are out there, and also within the policy itself, it also dictates that you can only buy commercial paper of entities of such a size. And so you'll see that as part of that. But yes, it is part of investment programs. It has been in part of investment programs for the better part of over 20 years. And local agencies have used it as a tool in order to help achieve the goals of their investment portfolio.
A follow-up, if I may, Jason. Do you know a historic interest rate that we can expect with this?
So usually what I like to think about is what can I earn over a government security? And because interest rates ebb and flow depending upon where you're at in the environment. Of course, we're in a very low interest rate environment right now. But you can earn probably, I would say, a quarter of a percent to maybe 0.5% more than a government security, depending upon what the environment is.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. I have any questions from council members before I just pose a few? Actually, Jason, that was my first question to you. So you would expect, on average, that this would be that this form of investment might average at least 25 basis points over.
Yeah.
25 to 50 basis points is what I heard you say on average.
Right, and so some of the things that are dependent upon that, what's the term of that? You know, if you bought one-day commercial paper versus 270 days, you would always want to get paid more for the 270 days.
Right.
And then also depending upon who the issuer is. And typically what you're going to see with commercial paper, especially of what the California Code demands, is you're going to see very high-quality issuers at the same time. And so you're not going to see something where you earn 5% because that would be an issuer that you would not invest in. And so we always adhere to the primary tenets of the investment policy, and the first of which is that safety element.
Thank you very much. I have two additional questions for Mark. First, Mark, is just to confirm again that according to the proposed amendment, no more than, and I'm quoting, no more than 5% of the portfolio may be invested in any single issuer, correct?
Correct.
So we have two forms of cap. One is no more than 10% of the portfolio invested in commercial paper, and then no more than 5% of the portfolio invested in any single issuer, correct?
Correct.
And then secondly, in the investment report each month, there is a certification that our city's investments are meeting all of the criteria in our investment policy, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's something the investment committee tracks and the council tracks pretty closely. So, all right. Thank you. That's it on questions. Do council members have any comments? Mrs. Craven.
Well, I noted that even the Fed is going after commercial paper right now because interest rates are being what they are. And I can support this because of the economic limitations. We're not allowed to put very much in. I think it's better to dabble when we first start out doing something. And just to comment on Mr. Mulchay, just because LAIF does something, I don't think is a good reason why we should say, oh, we're going to start doing that. LAIF does purchase reverse repurchase agreements and repurchase agreements at times. They haven't in the last few years, but it's still on their list, and it says 0. And as long as I'm on the council, I would not vote to support that if anybody suggested going for those things just because LAIF does.
Other comments? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I was on another public agency a few years back, and we allowed to invest a similar policy on commercial paper. It's part of our portfolio, and it's actually performed reasonably well for us. And I think with the limitations that we've put in here, I think it does give us an added tool. And as we know in these days, a quarter, and one of the reasons why I asked a percentage rate, a quarter or half percent, doesn't sound like a lot with the dollars. You can generate extra dollars, which is needed, especially in a time like this. So I can support this recommendation.
All right. Mr. Molche or Ms. Santangelo, any comments?
Mr. Mayor, can you not see me? I've been raising.
I can't, but I just saw you now.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. I was not able to see you before.
Okay. Yeah, I have comments. We had a really good discussion about this investment committee, and I think the approach is in light of the very low interest rates and the fact that a lot of our other investments are maturing and just kind of deferring back to LAIF right now, and we really need to be looking at any opportunities. And so I think adding this to our toolkit is important so that we have that option. And I think the limitations that we put on being a little bit more stringent than what the government requires, I think speaks to us still trying to be safe, which is really important with this money. So, but it's also important that we're able to invest it well. So I support this, and I'm happy that this has come before us.
Thank you. And I can see you now. I was not able to see you earlier, so I apologize. Mr. Molche, did you have a comment?
Just a quick one. That I will pretty much echo what everyone said. I think this is in line with the safety, security, the yield tenets of our policy. It's in line with kind of the fiscal conservative nature that Camarillo has taken for quite a long time now. And I think it is just another tool in our toolbox. And seeing where the economy is at, where we're at in a very low yielding environment, I think this is just another tool that we could use, and in a very safe, still yet conservative manner.
All right, and just adding in my forgive the expression, 2 cents worth on the merits. I think it's a good recommendation, and I thank the investment committee for coming up with it and coming up with a few of the additional limitations on the form of the investment. I think that was important and well taken. So I think we are now probably ready for a motion based on everything I hear.
Move the approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval. And Mr. Schmidt, thank you for being here. And Mr. Uribe, thank you for being here. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. That's going to bring us then to item 4A, preliminary CDBG funding allocations. And let's see, I believe Ms. Duck will be presenting on that item.
Good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. This presentation is on the supplemental CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant, that's made available through the CARES Act. The acronym for the grant is CDBG-CV. CV is for COVID-19, since the grant must be used on activities in response to COVID-19. The purpose of the presentation is to provide an overview of the CDBG program, to review funding applications submitted to the city for supplemental grant, and to review the preliminary funding allocations. CDBG is administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The federal program, which was started back in 1974, provides annual-based grants to the states, counties, and cities to carry out activities that meet one of the following national objectives. It must benefit low or moderate income persons. It must prevent or eliminate blight or slums, or address an urgent community need. In order to receive CDBG funding, the city has to prepare several documents. The first is a 5-year consolidated plan identifying community needs and providing a framework for addressing those needs. The city's consolidated plan is current and is in effect until June 30th, 2025. Second is the annual action plan explaining how the city will spend its annual grant. And third is the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, or CAPER, to report on accomplishments. Earlier this year, the CARES Act made available $5 billion to HUD to issue supplemental CDBG grants. These funds are in addition to the regular CDBG annual funding. And the city is able to apply for a supplemental allocation of $192,347, and that must be used on activities that prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19. In order to apply, the city will have to amend its annual action plan to incorporate the use of these funds. On July 8th, staff provided City Council with an overview of the supplemental grant and received direction to advertise the funding in order to pursue food support, grocery delivery, and rent utility subsidy activities. July through September, staff conducted an application process, and today we will review the received funding applications and preliminary funding recommendations. The next steps will be to incorporate the funding into the action plan amendment, have a public review period, and present the amendment for consideration at the September 23rd public hearing. The adopted amendment will be submitted to HUD for review, and if approved, we would anticipate a funding agreement later this fall. The city received 4 funding applications, and in addition, the city can use a portion of the grant to reimburse the general fund for city assistance that was provided to the Camarillo Healthcare District's hot meal delivery service. The applicants include the food pantry through St. Columba's Church, requesting $25,000. Caregivers agency that has volunteers helping Camarillo seniors with delivery of groceries and medication, also requesting $25,000. St. Vincent de Paul Agency providing emergency assistance such as food, rent, utilities, gas, and clothes, requesting $30,000. City of Camarillo, as I mentioned, can reimburse the general fund in the amount of $37,000 for assistance to the Camarillo Healthcare District's hot meal delivery service. And lastly, Lutheran Social Services Agency provides rent and utility assistance, requesting $110,000. The total requests equal $227,000, and our allocation would be $192,000. Of that $192,000, the city can use up to 20% for program administration. However, we can absorb that cost with our regular CDBG allocation. In order to maximize community benefit, we recommend allocating 100% of the supplemental grant towards activities A through E and not use any money for administrative costs. Staff recommends fully funding the food pantry, caregivers, St. Vincent de Paul, and the city's reimbursement, with the remaining $75,000 available for Lutheran Social Services. If the City Council chooses not to reimburse the general fund for $37,000 that's been spent for hot meal delivery, then all 4 services can be fully funded. And the recommendation is to provide concurrence with the preliminary CDBG funding allocations for inclusion in the draft fiscal year 2020-2021 action plan amendment to be brought back for City Council consideration at a future public hearing. And that concludes staff presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Buck. I know we have multiple speakers on this item, but before we ask them to speak, do any council members have questions of Ms. Buck? Mrs. Craven, followed by Ms. Santangelo. Did you have your hand up, Susan? I'm still having trouble seeing you on the view. Did you have your hand up?
I did have it up, yeah.
I'm very sorry. So, okay, so you're on. Charlotte's up the plate, and you're on deck.
She beat me.
Okay, Mrs. Craven?
Yes, both St. Vincent de Paul and Lutheran Social Services propose to assist people with rent and utility assistance. Is there a way, or is somebody going to check to make sure that people do not have both agencies give them the same thing?
Yes, that's one of the CARES Act requirements of this CDBG supplemental grant is that there is no duplication of benefits. So as the agencies provide assistance, they will have to ensure that the agencies are not receiving assistance from another agency, either with CDBG money or any other source.
Charlotte, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Oh, I said thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. So do we know if the second, this is probably a ridiculous question, if the second bill that might be sitting in Congress is going to have another round of CDBG funds, or if that's part of, if anybody knows that yet?
We have not heard yet of any additional CDBG grant for these purposes.
Okay. And then last year, somebody helped me with my memory. We supplemented the healthcare district with, this was even before COVID. We had to help them out, right? To meet the needs of the community.
We've been doing that for at least 15 years. But we raised the amount to 37 last year. It had been, I believe, at 25 for years.
But didn't they also come back with a need over that because some other federal funding had been cut? Does anybody remember that?
This is Sean. I remember that. They gave a presentation, or it was done in during a study session where there was some information provided that, yeah, they were losing out. There was, I believe there was the likelihood of certain federal programs being cut, and as a result, they had asked us to contribute a bit more to make up the difference. Otherwise, they were going to have shortfalls in their program. And at that time, I believe we said we would.
But the federal program was not cut, so I think we didn't.
Yes, I think that's what I wanted to throw in, that yes, they were able to find some extra funding and other resources.
Okay, I'm just, I think, I mean, it's an interesting option to say that we wouldn't take the 37,000, but I want us to be able to be prepared to help the healthcare district again if we need to. So that's why I was asking. Thank you.
Are there other, Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, maybe Ms. Buck can answer this one. How did we come up with the 192,347? Is that based on a population figure, or is it another allocation percentage?
Yes, that was a formula-based allocation through HUD. I believe they used the same or a similar formula as they do for our regular annual allocation.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council members at this point? All right, Madam Clerk, I believe we have 4 speakers. Can you please call on our first speaker?
We do. Our first speaker is Deshelle Harris, and that'll be followed by Terry Carell. And the speakers should be able to see the 3-minute timer on their screen. And if there's no council comments or questions after the speaker, we'll move on to the next speaker. Oh. Deshelle?
Okay. Hi. I'm not sure if you can see me.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Ms. Harris, we can't see you.
Okay. Do you need to see me? Should I try and...
No, it's okay.
Okay.
As long as we can hear from you.
Okay. Sounds good. Do you want me to just go into a little bit about our program and how we've done similar services like this before?
Go ahead and start your comments.
Okay. So for those who aren't as familiar with Lutheran Social Services, so we are a drop-in center located in Thousand Oaks, but we do serve the city of Camarillo. We used to have help with the dinners that used to be out there, rotated at different churches in Camarillo. We had previous experience too with preventing homelessness and providing rental utility assistance. Before we would help the city Camarillo residents through United Way's EFSP grant, and that's how we would provide rental assistance to them. And then something that we have heard from a few Camarillo residents is that it's been pretty difficult to get some type of leeway or assistance for utilities or rent in Camarillo. So we've been trying to fill that gap. Is there any?
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Harris, is that it?
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's move on to our, if there are no, unless I hear a question from council members, we'll just go to the next speaker. Ms. Mayor, did you raise your hand? I'm having difficulty seeing you on the screen, so.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, so I'm just to clarify, so any money that we give you, that our funds would only be spent for Camarillo residents?
Right, and yeah, we have a method for tracking which funding source goes to which client we enter, and we fiscally we also track that. So our case managers track it, and we track it fiscally as well.
And have you already been providing rent and utility assistance to Camarillo residents?
Yes, we have.
Do you know approximately how many?
Not off the top of my head, I do not. I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Craven, I think you have a question for Ms. Harris?
Yes, I have a question. So you are located in Thousand Oaks, but you provide services to Camarillo residents. Is that correct?
Yeah, our full name is Lutheran Social Services of Southern California, and our area is Ventura County. So we cover the whole of Ventura County and serve the cities, the residents of the cities that fund us. If that makes sense.
And so how do people in Camarillo find out about you, and how do they go about applying if you're located in Thousand Oaks?
So it's a little different now because of the pandemic, but there used to be a weekly dinner or daily dinner, or weekly dinner at a church in Camarillo. It was the church right across the street from the library. I'm blanking off. And we would have a table there and provide information about our services. Another thing is sometimes people might call 211 to ask for rental assistance help, and they might reach us that way. We would, I think one thing that we would like to do too is increase our ability to kind of promote this service. So if the city of Camarillo can let people know that they can come to us as well, I think that would be a huge help too.
If I could,
Thank you.
if I could please add for just a moment, also, Councilmember Craven, in response to your question, our Deputy Dyer with Project Hope also refers people to Lutheran Social Services for obtaining service assistance as needed.
All right, any other questions from Ms. Harris? Ms. Harris, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Santangelo, I think you have
I looked up my own question in the book because I figured I should look. It looks like the anticipated households to be served would be from 50 to 100 in Camarillo. So,
yes, that's how much we
right? Okay.
Yeah, assisting with. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Harris, may we have our next speaker, please? I believe is it Terry Carell?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, welcome.
Okay, now I'm unmuted. Yes, this is Terry Carell, and I'm the president of our Society of St. Vincent de Paul at Padre Sarah Parish, also known as Blessed Unit for World Sarah Conference, at the LA Council and at our tax forums. We provide Christian service, but it doesn't have to be just Christians who receive it, because we don't exclude anybody on ethnicity or religion. But we provide service to the needy in Camarillo, Santa Rosa Valley, Somas, and Moore Park, the bulk of which is Camarillo. Now that St. Mary Magdalene's Conference is not operational, we serve all of Camarillo. We do not discriminate on religion or ethnicity. We assist with clothing, food, and gas cards, utility payments, transportation, medical expenses, and other needs. Rental assistance and motel emergency shelter make up 73% of our expenditures. Last year, we helped 882 people and made 376 home visits. We work very closely with the Camarillo Police Department's Project Hope, a task force on homelessness. Deputy Chris Dyer, who is currently the resource officer in charge of this task force, attests to the fact that we provide emergency shelter and other essentials on short notice. This year, during the COVID-19 crisis, we have been serving all in Camarillo who call us by interviewing over the phone and collecting needed information as far as their ID and proof of income and their bills. We work closely with the Ventura County Project's Room Key and Motel Voucher Program to house and feed the homeless at-risk clients in an effort to reduce the spread of COVID-19 virus. All of our communications are completely confidential. I have several examples of people we've personally helped if you'd like to hear those. Hello?
Ms. Corral, thanks. Do any council members want to hear any specific examples? I don't think so, but thank you.
Okay, you're very, very welcome, and we appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Do any council members have any additional or any questions of Ms. Corral? Ms. Corral, thank you very much for speaking this evening.
You're welcome.
Jeffrey, let's go on to the next speaker. I believe it's Canon Gregory Larkin.
That's correct.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor Tremblay and honorable members of the City Council, good evening. I'm Father Greg Larkin, Director of St. Columba's Episcopal Church here in Camarillo, and I'm glad to speak to you today. St. Columba's Church is proud to be a longtime spiritual member of the City of Camarillo, and in fact, we're actually older than the city as we've been serving the community since the early 50s, and we're always here to help serve the Camarillo community. Our members started a program to provide groceries to low-income seniors in need of extra food in 1985. It was called Brown Bag. In 1991, we started Project Hope in response to an increasing need on the part of low-income families. We've been distributing groceries ever since. Working with Food Share, we combined the program several years ago, and today we serve over 30 families representing about 120 people, all from Camarillo, on the second and fourth Thursday of each month. We serve both seniors and families with low to moderate income, all in need of supplemental food. We currently receive and purchase grocery items from Food Share and other sources, as well as receive donations from private individuals and other churches in the community, both cash and food items. All of our workers are volunteers from St. Columba's and other community churches. Due to the onset of COVID-19, people have become unemployed or underemployed, so the need for our program is even greater. In response to that need, we use a safe system to provide groceries to our clients. We have them wait in their cars in our parking lot for our masked and gloved volunteers to carefully deliver the food to their car trunks. We also deliver groceries to people who are unable to pick them up, particularly the seniors of our community. With this grant, we propose to expand the program and provide staples, fruit, vegetables, and other items each and every week. This portion of the program would be separate from the original Food Share program. The grant funds would enable us to provide the much-needed food, PPE, and other items to families and seniors in need during this pandemic. We've priced out the yearly cost of the items that we would like to supply and came up with the $25,000 figure that we have requested in this grant. I thank you and encourage you to support our proposal, and we look forward to expanding our Project Hope effort and to continue providing groceries and other items to people in need during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Larkin. Do any members of the council have questions for Father Larkin? It does not appear so. Thank you very much for speaking with us this evening. We'll then move to our next speaker, and I believe it's Ms. Glenn of Caregivers.
It is.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Tremblay and members of the council for having caregivers, volunteers assisting the elderly here this evening. And we're just delighted to have the opportunity to present our programs for additional funding. And I want to also thank Oksana Buck, who keeps her finger on the pulse of caregivers and helps us make sure that we're always keeping track of your needs in Camarillo. Our board chair is a resident of Camarillo, Gleitha Hemi, and I know she's watching tonight. Our proposal comes at such a good time to have additional funding. I can't think of a time in our history that volunteer caregiving was better suited for the current needs. We serve seniors over the age of 60, and we've been serving the city of Camarillo for the last 13 years with funding from the city for the last 5, and we're very, very grateful for that. One of the things that happened at the start of COVID was that we received a phone call from one of our community partners at 211, and they were inundated with phone calls, and a large percentage of those calls were coming from the aging population, people over the age of 62, and food insecurity was a huge issue. And so we retooled quickly so that we could meet the needs that were coming in through 211 and to our own office. At times, we've served, I think, up to 119 residents in the city of Camarillo. Our proposal will definitely serve at least 88. And we've been doing a lot of shop and drop is what we've been known for, especially through COVID. We have volunteers that are working remotely to help take grocery lists, and then we have another set of volunteers that go out and shop and drop the groceries, practicing safe COVID-friendly practices to keep everybody safe and in their homes. You know, the challenge for seniors is that many of them are already isolated, and this situation with COVID just exacerbated that situation all the more. And so, even seniors who are on SNAP or food stamps, as it was formerly known, enjoy getting their treats. It's one of the few things I think that seniors can tap into right now is, the foods that they love to eat, and nutrition is such a key part of that. So we're in such good company here when I look down at the list of funding proposals, and I feel that caregivers, fills a really important void in being able to do not only the custom shopping that people have enjoyed, but we pick up medical prescriptions. And as we settle into this new, whatever this new normal is, we're starting to implement some of our regular programs. We were doing critical transportation to medical appointments. We're starting to pick up our transportation again and help people door through door with those requests. Our student program is starting to mobilize again with outdoor activities and some indoor activities, a little bit more limited.
Ms. Glenn, thank you very much. I have to kind of adhere to the 3-minute time limit, and I apologize.
No problem, and I couldn't see a timer.
For cutting you off. Do members, and thank you very much for your presentation, do members of the council have questions for Ms. Glenn? All right. Hearing none, Ms. Glenn, thank you very much. Sorry I had to truncate your remarks a little bit.
No worries.
All right, let's bring it back now to council for discussion on all, I'm sorry, let me just first, Jeffrey, do we have any other speakers?
No other speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Let's bring it back to council. Who would like to start off? I see Mr. Kildee. Why don't you start with
start off. I'm supportive of all these organizations. They're great organizations. Unfortunately, we're in the situation that we find ourselves in. However, to get extra money to help people that are really in need, especially now, I think is a really, really good thing. I'm familiar with all of these organizations. They all do a wonderful job. And I'm sure with the extra funding that they'll keep doing the quality work that they've been doing for several years. So I'm in support of this.
Thank you. I think Ms. Santangelo, followed by Ms. Craven.
You know, I was listening to the presentations, and it just reminded me of how lucky we are to live in this place where there are so many people that care about those of us in our community that are struggling every day, and especially now. And I'm just really lucky. I feel that we're very lucky, and I just really grateful for all of these organizations, and I support giving them as it's been allocated, and wish we could do more. And thank all of them, all of the organizations, and all of the volunteers, and everybody who's working with them to make sure that we're helping people who need it the most right now. So,
thank you, Mrs. Craven.
Yes, I certainly can support this, but I'd like to talk about the option of the city not reimbursing itself and giving the rest of the money to Lutheran services, which we cut. This is an amount, the $37,000 that we gave the healthcare district, or that we budgeted for the healthcare district for this year, is the same amount as we gave last year, I believe. And that was something we had planned to do until the council decided not to do it. It was one of our it is one of our continuing expenses. I do understand we're getting less in sales tax right now and other things, but I think this is not really the place to cut. So I'd like to put it out there to take that option that Mr. Vaca put out in front of us and let people who really need the money for rent and utilities be able to take advantage of that extra $37,000.
All right, who would like to be heard next? Mr. Mulchay.
I'll just echo what everyone else has already said. Charlotte, I support your, I support your suggestion, and I don't think this is the time. It's something we're already going to fund. We had already committed to that as we have in the past. There is going to, if there isn't already, and I think there is, but there's going to be a continuous and probably ever increasing need in our community for support, just for food, rent, utilities, and the like. So an extra $37,000 is a lot more meaningful to those people who desperately need it than it is to us in trying to reimburse ourselves for it.
Additional comments, Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, maybe we can have the staff member come up, where they don't just throw the numbers out there. Maybe the staff can come up and say the reasons why they think it's important that they do keep some of this money in arrears, if they will.
Why don't we hear from either Mr. Vaca is coming up. Okay, Mr. Vaca.
Yes, thank you very much. We had originally anticipated the potential to refund our general fund that $37,000, understanding that it qualified for the use of the COVID money and understanding that we had budget constraints this year. But we're also understanding of the need in our community, and we're compassionate, trying to assist as much as possible. So we can support transferring that $37,000 away from the reimbursement to the general fund for the home delivery associated with the healthcare district, and that money would then be used to fully fund the Lutheran social services, and that would make up the difference to get them fully funded.
Mr. Kildee, did you have a follow-up question?
No, with that, so basically, Joe, it was going to be returned back to the general fund. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And keep in mind that this is a preliminary allocation, so tonight we can decide on which direction to utilize the funds, and this will come back to the City Council for final action at a public hearing on September 23rd, and we will present the numbers that is agreed upon by the City Council this evening.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
I thought I saw Mrs. Craven raise her hand.
The way you said something, Mr. Vaca, I want to make sure I understood correctly. You said then the money wouldn't go to the healthcare district. I was understanding that our budgeted amount would continue to go to the healthcare district, but the additional money in paying ourselves back would instead go to Lutheran Services. I didn't understand the way you explained it.
Let me just simply state that the money, the $37,000 already went to the healthcare district, and we would anticipate refunding the city because that came out of our general fund. But if we don't decide to do that, we can then apply that $37,000 towards the Lutheran Social Services to fully fund that program.
Thank you.
Mr. Vaca, why don't you put that slide back up on the screen, because I think it might be helpful with regard to the preliminary allocations.
Staff's helping do that.
Just to make sure everybody's clear. So could you walk us through that again in terms of under the funding request and the allocation where that $37,000 from the city or back to the city would reside?
Yes. So you can see letter D, City of Camarillo, and you can see that the funding request would be the $37,000 and the preliminary funding was $37,000. If you go down to the letter E under Lutheran Social Services, you can see they requested $110,000, but the only amount left was $75,000. And if we don't use that $37,000 for the city and apply that to Lutheran Social Services, it would fully fund them, and we would have $2,000 remaining that would be used for administration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vaca. Any council members have any questions? Before I ask for a motion, let me just briefly, I support what Mrs. Craven has suggested, but what I would like to say, though, is that I'm fully supportive of these recommendations, but I want to thank the organizations that have submitted the applications. I want to thank the providers, and I want to thank all of the dedicated volunteers that are spending countless hours, especially during this time of pandemic. It's extremely important, and I appreciate their dedication. So, with that, do we have a motion? Mrs. Craven.
I will move, and I'm going to read it out so it's really clear, that we give, oops, you took it, okay, that we give $25,000 to St. Columbus Church, $25,000 to caregivers, $30,000 to St. Vincent de Paul, and $110,000 to Lutheran Social Services.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And thank you, Ms. Buck, for your presentation. That brings us to, let's see, it's only 6 o'clock. That brings us to item 5 under new business, oral communications, informational items. Do we have anything from Mr. Ramirez this evening?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to update you on a couple of brief items. Number one, recently the City Council decided to engage Southern California Edison in a streetlight replacement program, LEDs. That project is going to begin September 28th. They will be replacing 4,694 streetlights. And it's actually a very exciting project. Sasco, the contractor, will actually begin on the most southerly part of town. And if you can refer to the map on the screen, and section 1, as far south as you can go within the city limits, they will start there and work their way north. That project, we estimate, will take about 90 days to complete, to replace all those lights, and it will be far more efficient citywide. So we're excited about that. The other item also regards Southern California Edison, and as you're well aware, September brings us, unfortunately, fire season in Santa Ana Winds. We're pleased to say that we received notice this afternoon that we have been removed, but 2 of our circuits, the Donlin and Esteban circuits, were removed from the PSPS, the Public Safety Power Shutoff, this afternoon. We're all clear, so we're not threat of those 2 circuits being shut down at this time. We also, our goal is to ensure the residents and business owners they're informed and updated, and they can always go to Southern California Edison's website, as well as VC Alert, in order to stay updated on various circuits in town and whether they're in jeopardy of being shut down. Also, they could utilize www.vcemergency.com to stay informed on any PSPS power shutoffs. So that's the limit of it, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Mr. Pirrick?
No items tonight.
No items tonight. All right, let's go to council members. Who would like to start off? Well, not everyone is leaping at okay, I think I see Kevin first, followed by Charlotte, followed by Susan. Okay. Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I'll just start with the meetings attended. September 3rd was really busy. I had a VRSD meeting. I also had a VCOG meeting. I was able to take a tour of the sheriff's training facility, which was really interesting, and the high quality training that they get. This is not your mother or father's sheriff's department anymore. This is a very progressive and a very timely and thought-provoking experience. They actually put me in a simulator, and it's a good thing that I'm not in law enforcement, because I didn't perform very well. So they're focused, and there's a lot that they're thrown at a really, critical time, and it takes a lot of training and a lot of quicks and anything else you can talk about. But they're very highly trained. I was very impressed with the training there and the facility in general and management of that. Also, I was wondering if staff could look at our monument sign in Mission Oaks. There's some tumbleweeds that's covering at least a percentage of that. I think what we maintain looks all right, but the tumbleweeds are covering that, and it's just not, it's not really conducive to what I'd like to see as a monument sign is. And also, I was wondering, I know we have to work with Caltrans on it, but a lot of our on and on ramps are really in disrepair aesthetically. And some of them don't even have any, shrubbery or plants or anything on there. They're just barren dirt. And I was wondering if there's a way that we might be able to talk to Caltrans, and maybe in 10 years from now we can get them to do something about it. But if not, at least we can start the dialogue here and see if there's something we can do to kind of, have some work on our several of our on and off ramps here. I think they're in dire need of that. So if staff would look into that, I'd really be appreciative of that. And with that, I think that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we have Mrs. Craven followed by Ms. Santangelo.
I only have one meeting to report, but I attended, that was a policy committee meeting yesterday morning, and we're actually in the process of finalizing the purchasing policy. We've been doing that, working on that off and on for probably 18 years. And I'm delighted that staff has gotten it as far as they have. It was really, really good, and they did a good job, and that will be coming to the City Council fairly soon. I also was supposed to attend a contract cities legislative committee meeting this afternoon, but it was postponed for 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, on September 3rd, I virtually attended the CPA board meeting, and on August 28th, I had my tour at the Sheriff's Training Academy, and also got to take part in the Forced Option Simulator with my partner, Mr. Mulchay. First of all, I want to thank everybody that took their time to show us around and talk about their training and talk about the simulator and use of force and all of the work that goes into turning out the police that end up working for our sheriff. I enjoyed it. Kind of made me long for my days back in the ER. But I really appreciate the time they took. I appreciate just putting on the belt and the weight of the gun, the fake gun, the taser. All of that's, it's important to walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. And really, I took like 3 steps because that's nothing like what police officers do day to day. And I know these days the police are under scrutiny, and it's tough right now. So I appreciate that they took the time to show us what they do, and I was really impressed with a lot of what I saw. We also got to go over to the storage facility, which was pretty cool to see what's there. There's no rocket launchers, so anyway, I just wanted to thank them a lot for that time and for spending that with us. I appreciated it.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
COVID's not over, everybody. Keep washing your hands. Keep wearing your masks. We want to get our kids back to school. We want Halloween to happen. So, not over.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Mr. Mulchay.
I only have one meeting to report. August 28th, Friday, tour of the Sheriff's Training Facility at the Camarillo Airport is Vice Mayor Santangelo and I went together and toured that facility. I appreciate the time that our commander spent, along with several of the other deputies who accompanied us and gave us kind of a crash course in use of force and all the things that they have to weigh and go through when engaging an individual and assessing a situation, and what kind of force, if any force, has to be utilized. So that was getting to. I mean, it was a crash course, but we still covered kind of the nitty gritty of all the different steps that must be adhered to, and all the different everything that they have to process in about 0.5 seconds. And so it is a lot. We used the simulator. Susan very strategically used proper cover while I stood out and got too close to the subject with a knife and got stabbed when I wasn't able to draw my weapon fast enough to defend myself. So, and it is very interesting. The subject clearly had, in a simulator, the subject clearly had a knife in his hand, and I don't know, in certain situations, even though it's a simulator, you're effectively looking at a screen that maybe covers about 180 degrees or maybe a little less. And even though it is a simulation, it's not real life, you still feel a little bit of that sensation as if it is real. You get sucked into it a little bit. And your heart races a little bit faster. When the subject was standing there, pacing back and forth with a knife in his hand, first away from me, and then he went from a standing motion directly to he started charging at me. And it's split second. And the amount of ground someone can cover in that time with a weapon is substantial. I mean, enough to where, cover enough ground to where I don't have the time necessary due to my proximity to the individual to draw my service weapon and defend myself. So there's a lot. You don't know when you're going to find yourself in that situation. It's not always going to be an open field in the event it was there. Sometimes it's going to be in an apartment, it's going to be in close quarters, or it's going to be right behind a door that you're about to open up. So you just never know what you're getting into, and you got to be prepared for everything, and you got to be able to process in a rapidly in an ever-changing environment. So kudos. No, it was very insightful. It was very educational. I appreciated it. But two quick little notes. One, obviously, it's very obvious here in California, and it's very obvious north in the state of Oregon, wildfires and the like, as we luckily haven't had to deal with it locally this year yet. I say yet, and hopefully we don't need to. That way a lot of other communities throughout our state have, and we obviously did several years ago. But please, everyone, be safe and be smart. Don't throw cigarettes out your car window. Don't have gender reveal parties that involve sparklers or other, cause a flame. Please just use good common sense. That's kind of the turn of phrase right now in all things when it comes to COVID and fire danger and the like. Just gotta use common sense. You gotta really think things through. Because it does only take one spark, and then you have however many thousands of acres and however many structures burned and how many either lives lost or lives severely impacted. So, and I do want, on a more a sadder note, and I failed to mention it last time, and that was I just wanted to say something about Jane Rush. She was she was the wife of President Richard R. Rush of CSU Channel Islands. More importantly, she was also a great champion of that university, fundraising for the university. I got to know her personally met her several occasions. As a student, a graduate of CSU Channel Islands, I got to know her and President Rush rather well, and there's both terrific people. They both, and she specifically made terrific impacts on not just the school, CSU Channel Islands, but on our community. Camarillo definitely benefited from a lot of what she did. And I just want to, I hope that we didn't do it, it would have been more timely to do it last meeting. I'm hoping that we can agree to adjourn tonight's meeting in Jane Rush's memory. She was a very terrific woman. And she will be sorely missed, and she certainly had made some very impactful contributions to the university and to our region. So, aside from that is all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. Without objection, we'll adjourn tonight in memory of Jane Rush. And thank you for that, Mr. Mulchay. On my meetings attended, I had a tour at the Sheriff's Academy. And a turn on the Force Option Simulator on August 28th. And thank you very much to the Sheriff's personnel. My respect for what they go through day in and day out has only increased. We had a policy committee meeting on yesterday with Mrs. Craven. And I'm here to tell you that those long policies that she's talking about, that I've been working on for some time, they will be coming to fruition soon, and we will be seeing them on the council. And so our city staff has done a remarkably good job. We're talking about the purchasing policies. And they may not be the most glamorous of items, but they are really necessary. And I want to thank city staff for their work. I have some issues I want to sled through. I know it's 6:14, but I'm going to try and get through these quickly. I have received some questions. I guess we're all aware that it is an election year, and that we have an election coming up on November 3 for ballot with mail-in ballots. And I want to talk a little bit about it, plus ask a question of staff. It's our understanding at this point that you can send your ballots in 3 ways. by mail as long as it's postmarked on or before November 3. Number 2, in drop-off box locations beginning on October 6th on. And so, for example, one of those drop-off locations is at our own City Hall, a very secure site. And then thirdly, in voting locations or polling centers that will be open from October 31 to November 3. The question has come up to me regarding putting ballots in the mail at the Camarillo Post Office. Folks have noticed that the drive-through portion, the drive-through mailboxes at the post office are closed on weekends. You've probably seen those red barriers up on the mailboxes and outside, so they are not accessible on the weekend. So I've been asked 2 questions, and I'd like staff to take a quick look at this. One is, what was the rationale for closing those outdoor boxes on the weekends? It may well have been a security rationale, I don't know. Or it may have been a processing or operational rationale, I don't know, but I've been asked that, and I would appreciate if staff could find out. And number 2, will those drop-off mailboxes outside be available the weekend before the election, before the November 3rd election? I think people could get out of their cars and walk into the post office in the interior and drop off ballots. But I would like to know whether or not those boxes are going to be available for drive-through the weekend before the November 3 election. And Mr. Ramirez, did I articulate those questions okay?
Very well. We were looking at both those matters, Mayor.
Thank you very much. The second item is I had the privilege of presenting Mr. Richard Lee on Saturday. It was his 95th birthday. He's a World War II Air Force veteran, and I had the privilege of presenting him with a certificate of recognition from our council. He has been a member of the American Legion Post for over 50 years in Camarillo. What a wonderful man. And we don't have a lot of World War II veterans still alive. I want you to know that I had a chance to speak with him briefly. I told him that my dad was a World War II Navy veteran, Pacific, but I said Navy, and he looked at me and said, well, I guess basically we can't all be perfect. So there still is that degree of inter-service rivalry, but he said it in a very good-natured way. He's a wonderful man, so we're very happy to help him celebrate his 95th birthday. And thank you all for signing that certificate of recognition. I received a compliment from a local restaurant owner on Ventura Boulevard, 2088 specifically, who is expanding their footprint about 15 feet to the west toward Carmen. And I'm hoping that Mr. Baca and Mr. Ramirez and Mr. Kloss will all hear this. He said that he went in to get that done early this week on Tuesday, and it was done in terms of plans and approvals from all of our departments within about 20 to 30 minutes. I think, in fact, he said 20 minutes. And he really complimented city staff, and I think we should be proud of how hard our city staff is working to accommodate our local businesses. So kudos to city staff. The next thing is on COVID-19. I will echo what the Vice Mayor said. Please, please continue to support the orders of our County Public Health Officer and the state. Please look after one another, especially our seniors and our folks who are isolated. We need to help everyone. We need to be together. You all know on the council how many videos I did earlier this year when the pandemic first came up, asking all of us to follow these public health orders and to take care of one another, and we need to continue to do that. And the difficult part is we're now going into a season where Santa Ana winds are coming up and where winter weather is coming up. So that's going to present some difficulties. And with that in mind, I think we need to continue to focus on the economic impacts of the pandemic on both individuals as well as on businesses. I have a deep personal concern with our winter weather coming up. And taking the long-term view of what is going to be happening. And I have 2 different sets of concerns. One is with respect to individuals and families. I thought we did a good thing tonight. I think we're taking the right action with those CDBG supplemental funds. I know that I asked at the last council meeting if staff could potentially identify, or maybe it was 2 meetings ago, but in any event, at a recent council meeting, whether staff might be able to identify what additional funding we might have to provide additional food assistance to families during the pandemic from a food insecurity standpoint. And again, I was glad to see tonight's action, but I would request that we ask staff to see if there are any additional resources that might be available. And I realize that that's asking for an additional agenda item on that, and I'm hoping that I can get a second council member to at least ask staff to see whether or not we could have something brought back to us for any additional funds.
I second that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Secondly, from individuals and families now to small business, we all know many small businesses have closed. Many will close permanently because of the pandemic. The small businesses are incredibly important to our community, and when you think about it, there is a complete ripple effect. When you have a small business, that small business in turn has an entire supply chain and an entire service chain, from the custodial to the lights to the pavement outside to their entire supply chain in terms of goods and services. All of those are important. I think it's extremely important that we, to the extent that we can, try to keep those funds local here in Camarillo. When we, nothing against Amazon, but on the other hand, when we spend that money, it goes out, not locally, but it goes out of our area. And so the question I want to raise is, how can the city, I want to pose this, is there a way that the city can provide additional help to businesses and keep them, have them keep their employees, pay their rent, help their supply chain? We know that we had $1 million. We approved a grants program. We did a good thing. We approved a grants program for $1 million. Turns out the county has those additional CARES funds in hand, so that $1 million is actually coming back to us, if I understand it correctly, and Mr. Ramirez can steer me right if I'm going astray. But I believe we have additional monies. We may have some additional monies available that we're not going to otherwise utilize in grants. And I'm not suggesting a particular amount, but I'm wondering whether or not, and I want to pose this question, I'm wondering whether or not there's anything additional we can do in terms of helping small business with SBA lenders, not as guarantors, but as facilitators. And Mr. Moshe, thank you for your tenure on EDCVC. This will go above and beyond what EDCVC provides, because the folks who typically are receiving credit through that have not received credit on a commercial basis from a commercial lender. But I'm wondering whether or not there might be anything that the city could do to spend a little additional money on small business to for specific outreach, which would be complementary to what EDCVC is doing. And I'm only raising this as a thought. Haven't processed it all the way through yet, but it would be an initiative, and I would like to ask staff to see whether or not there is any possibility for something like that, and to bring it back to us and report back to us. So I was hoping that someone might give me a second on that, to have staff come back and report to us on any feasibility. Mr. Kildee.
Yes, absolutely. Sorely needed.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. All right. That's it for me. It's 6:23. Mr. Pierrick, do we have any difficulty? We've now reached the end of item 5. We're now ready to go to closed session. The calendar indicates that we would recess at 6:30 p.m. I have 6:24 p.m. Do we have any difficulty recessing a little early to go to closed session?
Well, my answer to that is, since the agenda says 6:30, it appears to be a time certain, and my advice would be that maybe you take a 5-minute or 4-minute, however long it is, break here, and come back at 6:30 in your open session, and then at that time I can announce that you're going to close.
Well, I think we have. I think it's 6:24. We have about 5 minutes or 6 minutes want to take a quick 5-minute break, everybody? All right, let's take a quick 5-minute break, come back right at 6:30 into open session, and then we will adjourn into closed session. Thank you. All right, let's see. Is Mr. Kildee? I think we're missing Mr. Kildee.
I think he may have already left the meeting and moved on to the other meeting.
All right, why don't we go ahead then, Mr. Purick, and if you could provide the appropriate announcement for us to go into item 6, the closed session.
Yes, so I can do that. We have one closed session tonight. It's a public employee performance evaluation. The authority is Government Code Section 54957. The title is City Attorney. I'm not
Unmute, Tony.
You're muted, Mayor.
Sorry about that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Purick. Thank you, Charlotte. We'll go ahead now and recess into closed session. Thank you. Okay.
She's probably having difficulty zooming on.
Well, I'm going to wait 30 more seconds. She may be having difficulty zooming in. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a sec.
I found her.
Okay. Yeah, she just.
There we go.
Jeffrey, we're getting word that she can't log back in. Okay, great.
Sorry
Mayor. No, we knew that you were having some difficulty logging back in.
The link didn't work. I had to manually come in.
All right, good. All right, good. It's now 7:33 p.m., so we will call our meeting back to order. The council did not complete the closed session item. That we began at 6:30 p.m. We will return to closed session after the conclusion of this 7:30 p.m. open session calendar this evening in order to finish that closed session. All right. On the 7:30 p.m. calendar, the first item up is item 7A, presentations, and this will be on Constitution Week, September 17 through 23 of this year. And I believe we have a presentation coming from
Councilmember Craven.
Mrs. Craven. Thank you. With that build-up, there we go.
Many people think that we were governed by our Constitution after the Declaration of Independence was signed on July 4th, 1776, but that's not the case. The Declaration was unanimously signed by 56 delegates who represented all of the 13 colonies in the Continental Congress, but the Constitution did not become our governing structure until 12 years later. The Continental Congress acted as a provisional governing structure during the Revolutionary War and after. Because of the wartime emergency, members wrote the Articles of Confederation in 1777, but they were not ratified until 1781. However, the Articles did hold the newly formed country together as a very loose union of states for 8 years. The Articles allowed the Continental Congress to approve treaties, maintain an army, and coin money, but it could not levy taxes or regulate commerce. There were several presidents, but the Articles' main contribution to us today is that it formed the United States of America. Many large issues divided the large and small states, as well as the North and South states. So most people recognized that a government under the Articles would not last very long. Therefore, in 1787, the Congress called a constitutional convention whose purpose was to revise the Articles of Confederation and draft a constitution that would meet the needs of government and preserve the Union. The Constitutional Convention convened on May 25th and adjourned on September 17th of 1787. They sent the newly drafted Constitution of the United States to the 13 states for ratification. That process, plus elections of new senators and representatives and the president, took more than 18 months. 12 years after the Continental Congress took over as the governing structure, the first Congress of the United States met on March 4th, 1789, and on April 3rd, George Washington was inaugurated as the first president under the Constitution. In 1955, Congress designated September 17th as Constitution Day. 2 years ago, a group called Point of View came from Ventura and made a Constitution presentation to us during public comments. Last year, Lorena Saratari did the same thing, and she asked us to have a public program on the Constitution Day this year. I volunteered to help. I had hoped to have some children in, to have a couple of speakers, and have a real patriotic program with music. As it turned out, we have no in-person public meetings this year. So the city clerk and I decided to opt for a video, which was prepared by the National Center for Constitutional Studies in Malta, Idaho. I ordered a case of booklets that contain both the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States. We are not, but during the pandemic, we are discouraging handouts. However, if anybody would like a copy of this document, and they come in next week to the city clerk's office and ask, they may get one of the little booklets from the city clerk's office next week. So enjoy the video.
Constitution Day gives us the opportunity to commemorate the signing of the United States Constitution. But first, let us remember the famous words of the Declaration of Independence. If you wish, you may recite along with me. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. These famous words from the Declaration of Independence express the freedoms that the Constitution holds for all of us. But in 1776, there was more work ahead. The colonies were fighting for their independence from Great Britain. Did you know that out of all the founding fathers, I had the unique privilege of signing the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Treaty of Paris that ended the American Revolution? Not that I want to brag. And now back to the Constitution. So, what is the Constitution, you may ask?
The Constitution is the highest law of the land. The law is a set of rules that we live by. The Constitution organizes our system of government. The Constitution protects important rights.
How did it all begin? How did the Constitution become the law of the land? Now, the Constitution was written in 1787. Yes, it's over 200 years old. I remember it like it was yesterday.
During the American Revolution, the Articles of Confederation were written. The Articles of Confederation acted as our first system of government, but it lasted only a short time.
After some time passed, many people thought changes should be made to the Articles of Confederation because the national government had weak powers.
So, in the summer of 1787, the 13 states and delegates were people to represent them to Philadelphia. The delegates met to revise or change the Articles of Confederation.
Some of the most famous delegates to the Constitutional Convention include George Washington, James Madison, and of course, Benjamin Franklin.
Looking back, it was a grand time. I was 81 when I attended the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, but I didn't look a day over 80. It's hard to believe I still had it in me.
Instead of revising the Articles of Confederation, the delegates designed a new plan for our government that became the United States Constitution. We now call the meeting in Philadelphia the Constitutional Convention.
After much discussion, debate, and compromise, the United States Constitution was signed by the delegates at the end of the convention on September 17, 1787.
Before the Constitution could become the law of the land, the states had to approve it. It took some time, but all the states did approve the United States Constitution.
After the convention was over, a lady approached me and asked, "Well, doctor, what have we got? A republic or a monarchy?" And with no no hesitation, I responded, a republic, if you can keep it.
The U.S. government has three parts, or branches: the legislative, the executive, and the judicial. Each branch plays its own role in how laws are made and used.
The legislative branch of the government is led by the Congress. Congress makes laws. There are two parts of the Congress: the Senate and the House of Representatives.
The executive branch of our government is led by the President. The President sees that laws are carried out and represents our country around the world.
The judicial branch of our government includes the Supreme Court. There are 9 justices in the Supreme Court. This court decides what the law means when they are questioned.
The Constitution organizes our government, but there's much more that makes it unique. So, what is unique about our Constitution?
The Constitution is the oldest constitution in the world and has lasted over 200 years. When the Constitution was written, the delegates added a way to make changes. These changes are called amendments.
The Bill of Rights was added to the Constitution in 1791 as a set of amendments to protect our rights and freedoms.
Freedom of speech and religion are examples of rights that are protected in the Bill of Rights. These freedoms allow you to speak for yourself and choose your religion.
The amendment process makes sure that the Constitution will last for ages. Since the Bill of Rights was added to the Constitution, many other amendments have also been added. The last amendment, the 27th Amendment, was added in 1992.
Some of the most important amendments are about the right to vote. The 15th, 19th, and 26th Amendment are all about the right to vote. Remember, this is an election year, so many people will soon vote in the presidential election.
Our Constitution is very special. It protects our freedoms and rights, such as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Craven. And thank you for our video. Any council members have any comments on the presentation that they'd like to share? Mr. Kildee?
That was a good job, Charlotte. Very informative, and it's always good to know the background of our great country here, and always be reminded of that, of truly blessed and good fortune at our time members and this great country. And you've always been so good at bringing it forward. And there's several years where you did the Friday presentations as well, and I've always enjoyed every single one of them. So I thank you for doing that this year.
Mr. Kildee, thank you. And we had a little bit of difficulty hearing a few of your comments, but the last comments were just fine, so you may want to reposition yourself near the microphone. Thank you. All right. Hearing no other comments from any other council members, again, thank you very much, Mrs. Craven. We will now go to item 8, public comments for items not on the agenda. Madam City Clerk, I believe we have at least one person who wants to offer public comment.
That's correct.
All right, may we hear from that speaker, please? And we will be observing a 3-minute time rule.
It's Matt Lorimer.
Time limit.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
City Council.
Yes,
thank you. Well, thank you. So before I begin my comments, I would like to make a comment about Mr. Kildee. He's been in office 20 years. One of the things we talked about is building relationships. Caltrans, people put their lives on the line for years, and the city of Camarillo seems to always take a hit at Caltrans. Tonight he said maybe they'll get around to doing something with the on-ramps in 10 years. That's not a way to be respectful. I would hope that the city council would say something and say, hey, look, we want to work with Caltrans, but shooting a comment like that is kind of disrespectful for a councilman who's been in office 20 years. It's not the way to build relationships. Moving forward, we found out that Mr. Honeycutt was convicted, obviously, of the Camarillo Fiesta, another embezzlement by our president. We heard Sean and Susan say something that funding for them in the future isn't questioned. But, we didn't hear anything from the mayor, Mr. Tremblay, Charlotte Craven, or Mr. Kildee. They should be a lifetime ban on this organization. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of organizations that could put that event on, and the idea that they can't control it, what message does it send to the youth, the community, that people are stealing money? And besides that, it's also been known that he's been driving that golf cart drunk. The sheriff's department should do a sobriety check in the future, whoever drives golf carts. And also there should be a 2-drink limit in the garden over there. We had an officer that lost their life. Alcoholism is at the highest level there'll be. I think the city council in the future, that is a public event, but the city endorses it with money, police, and support. There should be a 2-drink minimum. It's time that we have some standards in the city of Camarillo. It's important because, something, that is a community event, and the city has put money into it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam City Clerk, I believe that concludes our individuals who wish to offer public comment.
Yes.
All right. We will then go to next to item 9A, public hearing, final 1-year time extension for tentative tract map 5969 Camarillo Village Homes, LLC.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
I need to make an announcement that I need to recuse myself from this agenda item due to my family's businesses, the proximity of my family business to this parcel and this project. Usually anything within 500 feet of an interest that we hold presents potentially a conflict of interest, and this parcel is within about 36 feet of mine. So and I will say it clearly presents a potential conflict of interest for me. So I'm going to turn off my microphone and turn off my video and recuse myself from engaging on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. Let the record so reflect. And with that, then, we will proceed to a presentation from staff.
Thank you, Mayor Tremblay, members of the City Council. Apologies. Thank you, Mayor Tremblay, members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is the third and final time extension request for tentative tract map 5969 for Camarillo Village Homes. Okay. You can see here the project site is at the northeast corner of the intersection of Lewis Road and Pleasant Valley Road. The location of the map is highlighted in yellow. The map would divide the property into 2 lots, lot 1 being on the north end, lot 2 being on the southern end. Here is a more detailed version of the map that shows the 2 project sites. The lot 1 is 19.88 acres. It is entitled under RPD 196 for 285 for-sale townhomes. And lot 2 is 2.81 acres, entitled under CUP 369 for approximately 12,000 square feet of commercial space and 24 apartment units on top. A little bit of background on this project. August 2016, the City Council certified an environmental impact report, approved a general plan amendment, approved a zone change, and approved the tentative tract map for the project site. In September of 2016, the Planning Commission approved the RPD permit for the 285 for-sale townhomes and the CUP 369 for the commercial mixed-use project with the 24 apartment units. In November 2017, the City Council approved the development allotments for the RPD and CUP projects. In October 2018, the City Council approved a first 1-year time extension for the project site with the added condition requiring regular property maintenance. In November 2019, the City Council approved the second 1-year time extension to the tract map. And in June 2020, the City received the third and final 1-year time extension request for the tract map, the RPD, and the CUP. Some additional background since the last time this map received a time extension in 2019. In September 2019, Director of Community Development stamped and signed the preliminary map to indicate its conformance with the approved tentative map. In November, Public Works routed the grading improvement plans to internal departments for review and comment, and routed the initial submittal of the map to Ventura County Surveyor's Office for review and comment. In February, Public Works returned the draft final map and comments to the developer surveyor and engineer. In May, Ventura County Fire approved the street names for the tract map. Also in May, the applicant surveyor met with Public Works for the second submittal intake, and the package was deemed incomplete at that time. In June, Public Works received the second draft final map submittal package and routed it to the Ventura County Surveyor's Office for review. Public Works also routed the second submittal of the grading improvement plans internally for review. Community Development received the time extension application and fees for tentative tract map 5969, RPD 196, and CUP 369. And Community Development also returned the second grading improvement plans to Public Works with minor comments. In July, Public Works returned the draft final map's second review comments to the developer's surveyor and the grading improvement plans to the developer's engineer. And in August 2020, the developer's engineer picked up the review package, and a public hearing was held on August 26, 2020, but was continued to tonight, September 9th, 2020. Some additional information that city staff has received from the applicant, that the property owner has indicated that Williams Homes is in escrow to purchase Lot 1 of the map, and that sale is contingent on approval of a time extension tonight of the map. Additionally, Williams Homes has been contracted to construct the commercial mixed-use project under CUP 369 on Lot 2, at the same time that they are going to construct the residential townhome project through RPD 196 on Lot 1, and the applicant is going to retain ownership of Lot 2 of the property. It is recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the final one-year time extension from August 24, 2020 to August 24, 2021 for tentative tract map 5969, subject to all previously approved conditions of approval, including the added condition that Camarillo Village Homes will maintain the property on a regular basis. This concludes staff's presentation. Representatives of Community Development and Public Works are available for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Novi. Before I turn to and open up a public hearing on this where we hear from additional witnesses, do any members of the council have questions for Mr. Novi or any staff members?
I have a question, Your Honor.
Mr. Kildee.
Yes. Have they talked a little bit about the commercial mixed use and what the potential for that is? I just bring up that question because we've had other instances in the past where they've had a difficult time finding tenants and actually getting that constructed. So is there any new information that you may or may not be able to share with us tonight?
I currently don't have information on potential tenants for the commercial product. However, the applicant has indicated he will be available for this hearing, and he might be able to provide additional information on who they might be lining up for tenants for.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council members for Mr. Novi? All right. I'm going to go ahead then and open the public hearing in this matter. And Madam Clerk, I believe we have at least 2 witnesses, correct?
Correct.
All right. May we please hear from the first speaker?
The first speaker is Jerry Marcil.
I'll just remind our speakers that they will be limited to 3 minutes each. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
can. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Sure. First off, I'd like to thank the council for your public service. The Camarillo Village project took us 3 years to go through all the processes to get approved. During those 3 years, we had to go through a full EIR process, and we completely had to redesign the project during the drought because we lost half of our density due to the drought. One of those approvals was a change to residential zoning. That is a permanent change and has nothing to do with an extension to process the approved tract map. We spent millions and millions of dollars in reliance of the approvals that the city gave us. And at $82,000 a month in property tax, interest, and insurance, we had absolutely no incentive to slow down the processing. But there have been many, many delays in processing which were not caused by us, including the coronavirus. And, you know, I believe you have a list of those delays in your packet, and the merits of the project are numerous, and some of those are also listed in your packet. So I'm really here tonight to just answer any questions you may have. And thank you for your time. I think you did have one question there. Councilman Kildee had a question about the retail. Our goal is to have a Starbucks, a tutoring academy for the university, restaurant, and a convenience store. So that would be ideal for that location. It's an underserved area, and that's why the staff really wanted us to have some retail there. Also, as you probably know, retail helps the city with taxes. So with that, I don't know if you read the packet, but the delays were outlined in the packet. The reasons the project got approved were outlined in the packet. And if you want to go over any of those or have any questions, I'm here to answer. So that's only, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marcel. Mr. Kildee, do you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Marcel, I appreciate your answers. And without getting too far into it, let's just ask the question this way. Are you confident that you can fill that commercial part of this project?
Yes, I am very confident because it doesn't have any competition. So the demographics for it are really off the charts. You have just stores between that location and the university. It's just our ag land, and this would be the first retail center. Also, you have the residents of Fairfield project next door, which is a huge project, and also next door you have Village at the Park, which is an underserved area as well, and which is a huge project. But there's also a light industrial in the area, and there is no convenience restaurants, Starbucks, etc. in that area. So yes, I believe it's off the charts. Also, one of the things that we were asked to do, or actually was a requirement, for retail or commercial space, which is what it was, the code is minimum of 3 cars per 1,000 square feet. Dave Norman asked us to have 10 cars per 1,000 square feet. Actually, then we redesigned the sites to provide the 10 cars, and then he came back and said, no, I meant 10 more cars per 1,000 square feet. So it's 13 cars per 1,000 square feet. The 3 that we had originally and 13 we redesigned again to 13. 13 will handle any use, even a medical use. If somebody wanted to have, an urgent care there, which also would probably work because of the location. But any kind of animal veterinary, it would handle restaurant. 13 per 1,000 is higher than I've developed in other cities, and 10 is usually the max, and that's for medical uses. So that has 13. So that opens it up to a wide range of uses. It can handle any use.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Marcel.
Thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Mr. Marcel. Do you foresee things getting easier in terms of staying on the timeline for the next year with COVID? Do you think that's going to be affecting you?
It's not affecting us as much now as it did. The county completely shut down for a while. So did your own engineering. So did our own engineering company that was doing our side of the project had to shut down for a while. So, no, right now they're all working. The county gave us a lot of problem with, well, not the county, it was really Caltrans. They wouldn't accept the county's right-of-way easement. I wouldn't say they wouldn't accept it, they just wouldn't look at. It took 2 years to do something that should have taken 5 or 6 months. So, like I said, there were plenty of delays that weren't caused by us, but that was one of them. But coronavirus we would have recorded the map. We wouldn't be having this hearing if it wasn't for the coronavirus. This would not have been necessary.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Marcel? Thank you, Mr. Marcel. I think, Jeffrey, may we please have the next witness?
The next speaker is Brandon Mann.
Next speaker, excuse me.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is Brandon Mann. I'm with Jerry Marcella as part of the applicant. I was just here to, to answer any follow-up questions, and if Jerry's mic didn't work or he couldn't make it as well, but I believe he spoke on the project and covered everything. So if you have any additional questions, I'm available as well. Otherwise, you can always ask, Jerry or myself.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Mann? All right. Thank you. Thanks to both of you. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers for this public hearing?
No other speakers.
All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing and now return it to the council for discussion and deliberation. Who would like to start? This is Craven.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I've supported this project since it first came to us. I think it provides additional housing. It's needed housing. It is, in my opinion, a good location for people associated with the university. There is housing out at the university, but that housing has a lot of drawbacks for people who want to live in something for a while and make money when they sell it. The university is a whole different type of structure for owning and selling, and only certain people could buy out there. So I think this is much needed. It will be the closest commercial to the university. It will provide housing for some students, some faculty, some staff, and as I said, I supported it from the beginning, and I can support the extension, the time extension.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Mr. Kildee? I think we had, Ty goes to the runner. We'll call Mr. Kildee, and Ms. Santangelo, you'll be on deck.
Okay. This has been a long process here, and a couple of the concerns that I had, and that's why I specifically wanted to ask the commercial viability of this. And it's like they've answered those questions. It's been a challenge for this applicant here. I commend them for this. Quite a lot of money.
Difficult to hear you. Your microphone. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay, we can hear you better now. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I'll quickly go through. I'm supportive of this. The next extension here. It's been quite a challenge for this applicant through no fault of his own, but I will support this. I think it's needed, and I look forward to seeing if he can get this done within a year.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kildee. And just noting, you're still continuing to cut in and out a little bit, so I'm not quite sure. We may have just some gremlins in the system. So, all right. Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yeah, I voted for the extension last year, so I didn't vote on it originally. However, I would have been in favor of it then. I'm still in favor of it now. I believe that a lot of the delays are from COVID, and I'm glad that they've been persistent and stuck with it. So I support this for the same reasons that have already been mentioned. I work near that site, and I can tell you that a convenience store, a Starbucks, those types of businesses would be very much welcome in that area. So I'm in support.
All right, and speaking for myself, just two notes. The general plan amendment and the change of zone for this property was approved over 4 years ago before I was even elected to the council. The staff report does indicate that the applicant has been working diligently with city staff on the final map and improvement plans. So, with those two comments, I will stop and then ask for a motion.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mrs. Craven.
Well, I want to point out, he mentioned the conditions of approval, and there are exactly 200 conditions of approval. So there are a lot of things they have to do and make sure happen in developing this property. But I will move to adopt a resolution approving a one-year time extension from August 24th, 2020 to August 24th, 2021 for tentative track map 5969, subject to all previously approved conditions of approval.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries 4-0 to 1 with Councilmember Molche absent.
All right. Thank you, Jeffrey. And we'll bring Mr. Molche back. Thank you, Mr. Novi. We will bring Mr. Molche back. There he is. And that will bring us to item 10, departmental. And this is our law enforcement virtual public forum this evening. Before we hear from Commander Tennyson, let me just kind of give everybody a roadmap for how we're going to proceed. I will introduce the item very briefly. Commander Tennyson will give his presentation. We as council members will have the ability to ask questions of Commander Tennyson, and then we will have public comment, and I think we do have some speakers. Those folks who are offering public comment this evening will be limited to 3 minutes each. And Commander Tennyson, I would say that if there, to just listen to all the public comments, and if there are any public comments, I guess at the end of public comments, you may wish to respond to any of them or as you deem appropriate. Then we'll bring it back to the council. We as council members will have the ability to ask any additional questions that we want to ask regarding the public comments of Commander Tennyson, to which he'll respond, and then we will turn it over to the council and have council comments. Hope that's okay and that's understandable, and we will go from there. I really don't need, I think, to introduce this item other than I will just read the first paragraph of the agenda. It says, at the request of the City Council, the Camarillo Police Chief will provide an educational presentation about law enforcement practices and will provide an overview of funding and services as it pertains to the Police Services Agreement. And with that introduction, I'm going to ask Commander Tennyson to begin. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for that. Good evening, Council and community members in Camarillo. I'm happy to be here tonight to represent the Sheriff's Office and the Camarillo Police Department in this law enforcement virtual forum. My presentation is going to focus on a number of topics. First, it's going to be on the hiring, background investigation, training, reporting, and accountability we have in place at the Sheriff's Office for hiring deputy sheriffs. After I touch on that subject, I will talk about contracting for police services and how that partnership provides mutual benefits both for the City of Camarillo and for the County of Ventura. Following a short discussion on contract methodology, I'm going to highlight the services provided to the City of Camarillo through the Police Services Agreement. And then last, I'm going to answer some questions submitted to the city's website by community members regarding policing. A number of points that I'll make during my presentation tonight are going to address questions that have been raised about police practices, policies, and procedures that have been brought up in public conversations over the last couple of months. The Sheriff's Office has been providing law enforcement services in Ventura County since 1873. It's a long time ago, and we have evolved quite significantly from our inception, where our main focus was on capturing horse thieves and collecting taxes. Today, we offer a little bit different services than that, both here in the city of Camarillo and throughout the entire county. Our agency now is comprised of 3 divisions, the detention services divisions, which provides all of our custodial environments, the support services division, which supports all of our other operations, and the operations division, which is our special services and major crimes, narcotics investigations, and then by patrol, which is who provides service through the police services agreement here in Camarillo. Currently, 2020 staffing for the Sheriff's Office. We have more than 1,200 total employees, including 750 deputy sheriffs assigned throughout the county through the 5 contract cities, and over 500 professional staff members as well. I'm going to start out by talking about, for just a second, about recruiting. Our agency gets a lot of their candidates and a lot of their applicants just through word of mouth, whether that be from friends or family members of people who are involved in law enforcement, or people who have knowledge of law enforcement, just through referrals. We also do recruiting on college campuses throughout Southern California, at sporting events, on military bases, and during career fairs throughout the county. So we have a pretty active collateral recruiting group. Our hiring process is regulated by the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. This background investigation process is audited annually by post to ensure that we are complying with all of the rules and regulations that they've set forth and that state law requires. Our first portion of background investigation and hiring starts with a written test. And this written test measures memory, logic, and reading comprehension skills, and is specific to law enforcement hiring. That written test results in about 60% passing. So about 40% of that initial group of people who takes the written test to become a deputy sheriff fails that test. For those 60% who do pass, they move on to a physical test that occurs the same day of the written test. That includes scaling a 6-foot fence, completing an obstacle course, completing a 160-pound body drag, and a 1-mile run, all with time standards that are required by post. This physical training really determines whether a person possesses the necessary physical fitness to enter the Sheriff's Academy, not to complete it, but to make entry into the Sheriff's Academy. For those who pass both of the written and physical agility tests, they move on to a pre-investigative questionnaire. Now, this consists of a series of background investigation questions that assist us in determining whether someone has the necessary qualifications to move forward in the hiring process. The questionnaire is made of about 75 questions related to the applicant's financial, legal, employment, and educational background. It's reviewed by the Sheriff's Background Unit to determine if the individual has any automatically disqualifying information in their background that would preclude them from being successful in the remainder of the hiring process. Following the pre-investigative questionnaire, we have a pre-investigative interview. That actually begins with the applicant completing another writing assignment, which allows us to assess how the applicant follows directions, whether they possess good grammar skills and can articulate themselves well in writing. The remainder of this pre-investigative interview is both a background interview and a traditional employment interview. It usually lasts about 30 minutes and challenges the applicant to be able to speak about themselves, describing their skills and how they've prepared themselves for a career in law enforcement. Our background investigators use this interview to assess a candidate's strengths, their interpersonal skills, their leadership ability, and overall moral character for a career in law enforcement. Once a candidate moves on past the pre-investigative interview, they complete a personal history statement. When I completed my personal history statement about 22 years ago, it was a 28-page document. And now it's done online, so it's not quite as long as it was before, but what it does is provides information on a candidate's background. It's reviewed by a background investigator and compared to previous written submissions that I've already talked about and compared to the interviews to ensure that there aren't any discrepancies in the candidate's disclosures. And that interview is about a 2 to 3 hour interview with an investigator. The applicant during that interview is questioned in great detail about any past criminal behavior, about financial disclosures, employment history, residence history, etc. The investigators are really looking during that 3-hour interview for accuracy, consistency, transparency, and full disclosure by each of the applicants. After the successful personal history statement and interview, the candidate will receive a conditional job offer if they are determined to meet all the standards, and they'll be scheduled for a polygraph examination. During that polygraph examination, it takes usually about 4 hours to complete, and the examiner is looking to reaffirm all of the previous disclosures that were made by the candidate, and they're looking for any discrepancies in information provided. Any deception at all discovered during this portion of the examination, during this polygraph, is considered an integrity issue and will most likely result in disqualification from the process. Moving on after the polygraph examination, our background investigators conduct a thorough review of each candidate's financial and credit history. They're really looking for evidence of positive credit history and responsibility throughout the candidate's adult life. As you can see, there's the traditional fingerprints and background checks against federal and state databases, records checks at every law enforcement agency where the candidate previously resided during the previous 10 years, visits to any other law enforcement agencies where an applicant completed a previous application, and even a review of all of the applicant's social media profiles. During the background process, our background investigators also make an unscheduled home visit with each applicant. This visit really is an opportunity for us to look into a candidate's well-being, their cleanliness. We make a visit to the neighbors during these visits and give the neighbors a chance to tell us about the candidates and the applicants and about their how they live and their character. It provides us with a lot of feedback on the applicants that can be very valuable. This process is all summarized in a report, and this is a lengthy process summarized in a report and reviewed by a supervisor. If our applicants meet all the standards up to this point in the process, they are scheduled for a psychological examination. And again, they receive the conditional job offer and move on in the background process. The psychological screening process is very comprehensive. It includes a written test. It's the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, or Police Candidate Interpretive Report. It's pretty standard report for law enforcement candidates. It assesses things like stress tolerance, decision-making, judgment, impulse control, integrity, ethics, assertiveness, among many other things. Once the candidate has completed this test, it's reviewed by a licensed psychologist, and there is actually an interview with the candidate and the psychologist as well. And it should be noted that the interview, because of the interview with the licensed psychologist, that psychologist has the ability to continue that candidate through the process or to disqualify them from the process. That would conclude the background investigation, and although I've kind of powered through it here in 5 minutes, I wanted to show you all some statistics in 2019 on that process. For the Sheriff's Department in 2019, we received 2,650 applications for the Sheriff's Office. 2,339 were invited to participate in the written and physical agility tests. On the actual day of the test, only 977 showed up. We had about 600 pass them both, 226 invited for pre-investigative interview, 139 selected and placed in the background, and of that initial 2,650 applications that were submitted for employment, 52 were eligible to begin the academy. I'd also like to note that just because those 52 began the academy doesn't mean they make it through, and we do lose quite a few people in the academy as well. All of this results in just a little over 1% of people who ever apply to be deputy sheriffs actually make it through the academy and are sworn in as deputy sheriffs here in Ventura County. So the process is very meticulous, it's very thorough and exhaustive, and really results in some of the finest candidates becoming deputy sheriffs. Our background investigators take this process and take their job seriously, and they're driven really by the fact that they want to hire only the highest quality candidate because they know what this badge represents to us and to the public, and they're determined to find candidates who will uphold the high standards of the Sheriff's Office. Once a candidate makes it through background and is hired on as a deputy sheriff trainee, they begin a basic academy. And what you'll see over the next few slides is that from the moment a deputy sheriff trainee enters a Ventura County Criminal Justice Training Center, recurring training becomes a way of life for our entire career. The first level, as I mentioned, is the basic academy, and it spans 6 months. It's 900 hours. It's nights and weekends. Just because they go home at 5 o'clock at night doesn't mean that their academy training is done. They spend hours in the evening writing memorandums, polishing their boots and getting their uniforms ready for the next day. So the 900 hours is classroom training, but you can add half again as much to that for all the at-home prep that our academy candidates, deputy sheriff candidates do. They cover 42 learning domains during the academy. The topics that are covered during those learning domains are leadership, professionalism and ethics, introduction to criminal law, laws of arrest, search and seizure, and many, many others. I wanted to provide with some ideas on just how many hours are spent on certain topics during the academy. Use of force, for example, we spend 32 hours specifically. Post requires 12. Our academy spends 32 hours on use of force. Many of our council members have seen just a small snippet of what that use of force training is like. But we also cover use of force in many other aspects of the academy, totaling about 224 hours in the academy where we're talking about use of force. For arrest and control, it's related to use of force. It's how we make arrests when we're fulfilling our duties. We spend 62 hours in the basic academy on arrest and control. De-escalation specifically is covered in a 4-hour block in the basic academy, but also touched upon in many other areas. Again, as council saw during our use of force training, we talk about de-escalation all throughout that use of force training. And I'll touch more on de-escalation as I move on in the presentation. We spent about 30 hours in the basic academy on bias and discrimination training. Once a deputy is successful in the academy and moves on, every deputy sheriff with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office goes to our custody division as their first assignment. But just because you made it through academy doesn't mean you go onto the floor of one of our jails and start providing care for our inmates. First, there's 79 hours that are regulated by the Board of State and Community Corrections, standard and training for corrections officers, 79 hours of training prior to setting foot on the floor of one of our jails. Once you've completed that training, you spend 1 month with a jail training officer learning the ins and outs of all of the jails. Now, each year, as I mentioned, ongoing training becomes a way of life for us at the Sheriff's Office. That STC training requires, while you're in custody, 24 additional hours of update and refresher training each year. After the basic academy, we transition to in-service training. So you have your basic training, which kind of teaches you the fundamentals of law enforcement, and then that ongoing training I've talked about for the rest of our careers is considered in-service training. And I wanted to touch on just a couple of areas of training that we receive throughout our careers. We receive 4 hours every 2 years of cultural competency training. We do LinkedIn training every 2 years on discrimination and sexual harassment. We spend 2 hours every 5 years on bias and discrimination, plus we require a yearly review of our departmental policy on those topics as well. On arrest and control, we spend 8 hours every 2 years, and the force option simulator, which we had council go to over the last couple of weeks, that's another 4 hours every 2 years. Now, once a deputy sheriff finishes their custody time, we don't automatically go out to patrol because a lot of what we learn in the academy is how to be a patrol officer. And with the sheriff's office, you go into custody and you can spend anywhere from 3 to 4 years in custody. So we put each deputy through a 1-month classroom training to prepare them for patrol, and that's followed by 4 additional months on field training. So during that 4 months of field training, our new deputies on patrol ride with an experienced hand-selected training officer who teaches them the ropes again, kind of refreshes them on our patrol policies and procedures, and makes sure that they're up to the task of being a patrol deputy sheriff. And again, that's another 5 months of training prior to our deputy sheriffs being solo patrol officers. I had mentioned earlier that I wanted to touch on de-escalation training. The Sheriff's Office has a goal of having 100% of our patrol deputies trained in crisis intervention training. Right now we have 92% of our patrol deputies as a Sheriff's Department whole, and 98% of our Camarillo deputies who have received 40 hours in crisis intervention training. That's important because this training really focuses on dealing with people with mental illnesses. It focuses on effective de-escalation tactics and techniques. And so in that 40-hour CIT class, we spend 10 hours on signs and symptoms of people with mental illnesses. We spend 20 hours on de-escalation through communication, and we spend another 10 hours on connecting people with resources to prevent taking people to jail. And our CIT program, the county-wide CIT program, is actually housed out of the Camarillo Police Department. So we have a unique perspective having the coordinator, the county-wide coordinator, right out of the Camarillo Police Department. Both of them are there for us to pick their brains and go over new training and best practices with regularity. They're also working on putting together an 8-hour update CIT course for all of our personnel as well. And that program is transitioning to try and get all of our deputies trained in custody rather than waiting until they get to patrol, because what we found is the de-escalation techniques and the communication techniques that our deputies on patrol have would be very beneficial for our custody deputies as well. So we're transitioning that to get our deputies that training earlier on in their career. I'm going to move on from training to reporting. And reporting particularly as it relates to use of force, because there have been a lot of questions in the public on use of force and how that's required to be reported. With the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, every single physical use of force requires a report be written by our deputy sheriffs. Every one of those reports on a use of force is reviewed by a sergeant and then eventually by a captain. So we have multiple layers of review looking to determine whether the tactics used were sound, whether our communication was good, and whether the use of force was within policy when the deputies chose to use whatever level of force they used. Depending upon the severity of the use of force, the incident may be required to be reported to the state DOJ. Those uses of force that are required to be reported to the state DOJ is any use of force that results in great bodily injury or death, and any discharge of a weapon. And I've included a link on here for anybody who wants to look. That the data is reportable to the DOJ, and they publish it on their Open Justice website. So you can go look at the data for any law enforcement agency in California on that. I would also like to point out, and this is not specific to use of force, but I would like to point out that starting on January 1st of 2021, our agency will be required to report data on all detentions pursuant to AB 953 from 2015. That's the Racial Identity Profiling Act of 2015. So we'll be reporting some data from every single detention we're involved in, whether it's a traffic stop or whether it's a result of a call for service. So it's going to be a significant reporting requirement for us. Now I'd like to move on to accountability. Our deputy sheriffs are accountable to federal and state laws, case law, policies and procedures. That guides how we work and what we do. It guides in large part our policy and procedure. Many of our policy and procedure, particularly as they relate to use of force, the language in those is pulled directly out of case law. In particular, use of force, Graham versus Connor, Diorley versus Rutherford, which dictates our actions and how our uses of force will be judged. That's pulled straight out of case law. There is one policy, though, again, this has come up in a lot of public discussion. It's come up here at our council discussions, and I really want to highlight this, that the Sheriff's Office has long had a duty to intercede in their use of force policy. And I'm going to actually read that word for word because it's really important that the public knows what's expected of our deputy sheriffs when they're working out in the field. And it says this, it says any deputy observing another deputy using force that is clearly beyond that which is objectively reasonable under the circumstances shall, when in a position to do so, intercede to prevent the use of unreasonable force. A deputy who observes another employee use force that exceeds the degree of force permitted by law should promptly report these observations to a supervisor. So again, that policy on duty to intercede has been in Sheriff's Office policy and procedure for many years. Perhaps the most important level or layer of accountability within the Sheriff's Office is the direct supervision of all of our sergeants. Our sergeants really are that first level of supervision for all of our employees. They have the most contact with our deputy sheriffs. Their job is to review policies and procedures with our deputies during briefings. They respond to calls for service out in the field, to observe the deputies, to look at their strengths and weaknesses, and to take time to develop and mentor our employees. They conduct annual performance reviews on every single deputy sheriff. Those reviews are very thorough. Our deputies are judged in 20 plus categories, from judgment to work product to relationship with the public. And so that gives our sergeants an opportunity to provide feedback, to encourage growth and development of all of our people. And as I mentioned earlier, our sergeants are that first layer of review in every single use of force. So they review body-worn camera footage, they review reports, and they provide an opinion to our captains at each of our stations. The captains conduct a secondary review, and they look for areas that need improvement, areas that are policy violations, and then we address as needed from there. We take the complaint process very seriously, and that's another layer of accountability for us. As a profession, we're rooted in building and maintaining the trust of our community, because without that, we lose the consent of the people to be policed. The building of and maintaining a trust can be really tough. Our deputies have a difficult task in that they have to enforce laws in a fair and impartial manner while still protecting everybody's rights. They often come into contact with people under the most stressful circumstances, and they have to remain patient and courteous and exercise good judgment at all times, even though they're called upon to make split-second decisions. The Sheriff's Office has a complaint system that welcomes constructive criticism and valid complaints against our members, but we also have one that's designed to protect our members from false charges and from unwarranted criticism. To make the complaint process as easy as possible, it's our stance that any person who wishes to lodge a complaint against an employee of the Sheriff's Office can do it through a contact with any member of the agency. They can do it by contacting another police agency, and they can relay complaints to us. The complaints can be made verbally, in person, over the phone, or in written form without any fear of retaliation. Now, complaints investigations are generally handled by our Professional Standards Bureau, but in some instances, depending upon the seriousness of the allegation, the complaints could also be handled by a sergeant at the divisional level. Generally, all of our investigations are completed within 90 days. We have up to a year, but generally they're all completed within 90 days. And at the conclusion of the investigation, the complaining party and all involved parties will be notified at the conclusion of the investigation. Another layer of accountability is something the Sheriff's Office went to back in about 2016 when we implemented the use of body-worn cameras for all of our patrol personnel. The body-worn cameras have proven to be a fantastic tool for us. Not only does it help us document crimes, document traffic stops and what happened out there, but it's also provided us with a measure of comfort in that it has protected our deputies at times from complaints that where people were less than honest about what happened out there. And we have the video, body-worn camera video evidence that provides us with a pretty clear-cut view of what happened. So the body-worn cameras have proven valuable on a number of different levels for our agency. We also created back in 2016 the Force Tactics Analysis Committee. This was a proactive committee that was formed by the Sheriff's Office, not because law required it or or there was any screw up that required it, it's because the Sheriff's Office is progressive in finding best practices. And so they formed this Force Tactics Analysis Committee to meet each month to review use of force incidents. And they'll review all evidence from use of force incidents, including audio recordings, body-worn camera footage, and any other evidence that documents that use of force. Our FTAC team will issue a determination on the appropriateness of the force that was used, and they'll make recommendations on training changes and modifications of best practices. Now, this applies not only to the deputy who was involved in the use of force, but if they discover some trends that are occurring within the Sheriff's Department, we can modify training on a department-wide level to quickly address and correct trends that we're seeing. So now I'd like to kind of transition and move on a little bit to the contract methodology. There have been a number of questions over the last couple of months about the agreement for police services between the county and the city. In the next portion of this presentation, I'm really going to try and focus on providing a brief description of the contract methodology, of the benefits of contracting for police services, and on what police levels are provided here in the city of Camarillo through the police services agreement. The costs included in the contract or in the rates of a deputy sheriff, they include the direct costs of each individual deputy's salary and benefits. We also include indirect costs for functions that are carried out in support of each deputy sheriff, and you see a couple of those listed here. The determination for the contract rates for each deputy sheriff are guided by state law and are subject to audit and approval by the Auditor Controller's Office and the Board of Supervisors. Now, regarding these costs and the cost of a deputy sheriff, each month the Sheriff's Office prepares and provides an invoice for the services rendered and submits that invoice to the city. And in that invoice, the costs are broken down by unit and by position. I talked about direct costs. Now I want to talk about overheading for just a moment. One of the real benefits about contracting with the Sheriff's Office and contracting between the county and the city is cost sharing. Cost sharing occurs in a number of ways, and this graphic I'm trying to demonstrate and show you how that occurs at the sergeant level. So for a patrol deputy sheriff and for patrol services here in Camarillo, the city is not billed directly for a sergeant's cost. Instead, the patrol sergeant's salary is divided up. Now, as you all know, we have city deputies that work out of the Camarillo station, and we have county positions as well. The sergeant's salary is actually split up and spread across the city positions and the county positions, which results in a cost savings for both the county and for the city. Normally, if the city of Camarillo had their own municipal police agency, they'd have a sergeant that they have to pay for on patrol 24/7. Now they get a sergeant 24/7, but they only have to pay a portion of his salary because some of it is spread out among the county positions as well. This graphic here represents cost sharing on a countywide level because there are also benefits on a countywide basis. So for example, again, the Sheriff's Dispatch Center. If the Camarillo Police Department had their own dispatch center or had their own police agency, they'd have to stand up their own dispatch center, which means they would be responsible for the entire cost of the dispatch. Same thing goes for the county. We have to have a dispatch center. Because of the contracting for police service and the cost sharing, our sheriff's dispatch positions are spread not just across the county and city positions in Camarillo, but they're spread across the county and city positions in Ojai and Moore Park and Thousand Oaks and Fillmore and in our headquarters station. So this results in a cost savings and a cost sharing, again, not just for Camarillo, but for the county of Ventura and for all the other contract cities who contract with the sheriff's office. And this is a significant benefit. There are a number of other units within the sheriff's office that are not charged to the city, but where we as a city definitely see a benefit. In many instances, that benefit is in terms of resource availability for major incidents and natural disasters. At a moment's notice, we could have a fire or a rock slide or civil unrest that requires more resources than the Camarillo Police Department has working at any given time. This has happened to us several times in the recent past. It happened in the rock slide. It's happened in the Springs fire. It happened at the initial start of the civil unrest when we thought that the outlets might be targeted. And where with just a few phone calls, we had dozens of deputy sheriffs on scene willing to provide assistance, whether it was a natural disaster or potential civil unrest. And so you see a list here of some of the costs that are not directly charged to the city, but that the city does see some benefit in. Again, why do we contract for police services? There's fewer resources needed here at the city level. Law enforcement operations require significant levels of human resources. Civil litigation becomes a big issue, labor negotiations, and so the city of Camarillo, by contracting with the sheriff's department, relies on the sheriff's department and the county to handle those different aspects. And for the county, they're able to hire fewer people because they handle for those contract cities as well those disciplines that are needed. I'd like to focus now a little bit on the Camarillo Police Department. Our contract for services, first contract for services, police services, was in 1965, and you'll see up on the picture on the left, we had 9 sworn deputy sheriffs that were providing police services to Camarillo. In 2020, we have 77 sworn deputies and 16 professional staff members who operate out of the Camarillo Police Department. Now, again, some of those are county positions and some of those are the majority are city positions, but that's the total amount who work out of the Camarillo station. A question that's been asked several times is, how are service levels decided upon? Every year since our police services agreement has been in existence, the service levels are determined through the city budget process. So every year, staff works together to determine what the appropriate levels of service are. That's provided in a budget to council. Questions are asked, information is exchanged, and ultimately it's up to council to vote on that budget process. So our service levels are determined through that budget process. We're constantly reviewing, however, those service levels. It's not just done at the beginning of the year. For example, about 7 months ago, we recognized that we would be able to save some money by downgrading a senior deputy position to a deputy position, and we felt that it was more optimal for the span of control in the unit, and so we did that. So we're constantly looking at the effectiveness and the efficiencies throughout the station to determine where we can make some tweaks and improvements. Our service levels really are based on reviewing crime rates, on looking at response times, deputy workloads, population changes, the citizen needs and the city needs. You know, we back in 2013, we recognized, our agency recognized the problem, and the city recognized the problem with homelessness in the city, and that we didn't have an effective way to address that. And so we took a resource we already had, a special enforcement detail deputy, and we created Project Hope. So that's one of the needs of the city that came up, and we were able to recognize that and utilize the resources that we already had to address that, and that has turned into a pretty successful program in Project Hope. We base our decisions for service levels on data, analyzing things like call volumes based on the time of the day and the day of the week. And that is how we have decided to add the cover cars and utilize our cover cars in patrol services as well. So data is a big driver of how we look at service levels, and it's something that we are constantly assessing. So now, what do those service levels lead to? I'm going to break it down unit by unit over at the Camarillo Police Department in what the police services contract provides. So we have an administration, which is a captain, a commander, a sergeant, management assistant, 2 administrative assistants, clerical supervisors, and 2 office assistants. We essentially run the front office of the PD. We handle some records duties over there, scheduling, budget analysis, and then the day-to-day operations of the Camarillo station occur out of the administration. Our patrol services are really the face of policing in the city. These are the women and men who, when somebody in our community calls for the police and needs help, this is who they get to interact with. It's 24/7 coverage. They handle all calls, emergency and non-emergency calls for service. We also have a sheriff service technician report writer, which was approved back in 2017 and added in 2017 to assist with taking reports so that our time with our deputies is freed up so they have more time to be proactive out in the streets. And through August of this year, our patrol services responded to over 12,000 calls for service, took over 2,400 reports, and issued nearly 3,000 citations in the city. So they're a very, very busy group of women and men. We also have a traffic unit. Our traffic unit consists of a sergeant, 2 motorcycle deputies, 4 traffic cars, and 2 cadets. They're responsible for proactive traffic enforcement, looking for hot spots of traffic collisions and hazardous vehicle violations and conducting enforcement actions. They investigate all traffic collisions in the city of Camarillo, and I think we're at about 225 so far this year. They conduct DUI and driver's license checkpoints through the Office of Traffic Safety grants that we get each year. They conduct distracted driving operations, and they provide classes. They've determined that most of the people involved in traffic collisions end up being the youth, the newer drivers, and the older drivers in the community. And so they've done Start Smart classes and senior driving classes for the community. We also have an investigations unit. That consists of a sergeant, 4 senior deputy detectives, 1 deputy detective, and an SST. This unit is responsible for investigating almost every crime that occurs within the city, and they also investigate non-criminal incidents like missing persons. We have a special enforcement detail, which consists of a sergeant, a senior deputy, 4 deputies, and also our Project Hope deputy, which you guys know a lot about the Project Hope deputy. The SED unit is responsible for street-level narcotics enforcement, gang enforcement. They really run on the intelligence-led policing model, where they focus on the prolific offenders in our community, those 10% of the criminals who are responsible for 90% of the crime, and they target them to ensure that if they're on probation or parole, that they're following the terms of their probation or parole, and if they're not, so they'll target them for incarceration into jail. They really go after guns from prohibited persons. Last year they took 139 guns off the street from people who were prohibited from having them. And again, as I said, Deputy Dyer in Project Hope resides in Camarillo Special Enforcement Detail, and they're incredibly successful at working with their partners in behavioral health and outreaching with our homeless in the community and connecting them to resources throughout our community. The next unit is the Community Resource Unit, and they are actually one of the busiest units at the station. It's a sergeant, a senior deputy who acts as a youth officer, a senior deputy who's our crime prevention officer, 4 deputies who act as SROs at our elementary school and high schools, a sheriff service technician, and an office assistant. And I'd like to spend just a couple of minutes breaking down each of these positions. The SRO, their primary responsibility is to provide a safe environment for learning and teaching at each one of our school campuses. They investigate all the crimes that occur on the campus. They conduct threat assessments whenever something comes up at one of the schools. They conduct counseling with parents and with students at the schools, and they conduct school assemblies and training, including training on dangers of vaping, the See Something, Say Something training, cyber safety, run, hide, fight, and anti-bullying. Our SROs are incredibly busy throughout the school year. We have a youth officer who supervises the SROs and is responsible for all youth diversion. We recognize that not every child who's involved in criminal mischief on school belongs in the justice system. And wherever we can, we try to divert those kids from the justice system. And so our youth officer handles that diversion. Usually the diversion will consist of writing an essay and taking part in some community service to work off whatever violation he or she was part of. The SRO is also responsible for the Parent Project, which is a class put on twice a year at the PD that gives parents who are having trouble with their kids, it gives them some of the tools that they'll need to be more successful in relating to and communicating with their children. Our crime prevention officer is one of our busiest deputies at the station. She manages our Nextdoor account, which has about 19,000 people on it, manages the Business Watch program, the Neighborhood Watch program, which has grown up to 59 neighborhood watch groups. Our crime prevention officer runs our public outreach through our Coffee with a Cop events, which unfortunately this year have been stunted because of COVID, but are a really successful outreach program where we get to interact with members of the community in a very informal setting. The crime prevention officer conducts victim follow-up from certain crimes. If there's a burglary in a neighborhood, a residential burglary, our crime prevention officer goes out, makes contact with the victim, and makes contact with other neighbors just to make them aware of what's going on in their community. The crime prevention officer manages our Citizens Academy, which is a twice-a-year academy, and one that we really encourage people to take part of. It's a 12-week academy where the people who come in are provided training on the sheriff's office and what we do. They get to go on a ride-along. They get to tour our dispatch center, our air unit. They get to hear from a narcotics officer and a gang officer. It's really a peek behind all the things that we do at the sheriff's office that most people don't get to see. And the folks who go through the Citizen Academy generally rave about it and are very appreciative for having gone through it. So that's something that when COVID-19, goes away, we will be pushing the Citizen Academy even more than we did before, because it really opens up our agency and works to build that trust between us and our community. Again, our crime prevention officer attends Crime Stoppers meetings and conducts business and home security assessments. Now lastly, and you can see by the heading on this one, this is not something, these are not paid members of the Sheriff's Office. These are our volunteers. And we have a very robust volunteer program. We have the Explorers, who are Camarillo youth between 14 and 20 who have an interest in becoming law enforcement professionals. In 2019, we had 19 active members who donated over 5,000 hours to the city of Camarillo. They do weekly meetings. They have ride-alongs with our deputies. They take part in the Christmas parade where they'll do traffic control. They help out on elections nights and Wings Over Camarillo, among many other things. Our Citizen Patrol has been in existence since 1976, and they're really, they have a multifaceted role. They're extra sets of eyes and ears driving around in a patrol car. They conduct vacation house checks. They do gas pump checks, so they'll drive around our gas stations and look to make sure that the stickers are on the gas pumps so they haven't been tampered with and devices put on them. They work traffic control at the parade and other events. They conduct kid prints. In 2019, our Citizen Patrol members conducted 710 fingerprints for kids. During that kid print, we provide a card that has a child's fingerprints, name, birth date, address, and any other information, so that if that child ever wandered away from their parent, they could provide us with that kid print card, and we'd instantly have all the data we need to start searching for that child. They also help out with our Citizen Academy, and they actually work with our detective unit to take some of the burden off of our detectives by delivering cases and taking cases to the district attorney's office. Lastly, our final volunteer program is our DART. They're a specifically trained team of citizens who respond to support law enforcement during critical incidents, natural disasters, and other needs, emergency needs. We have 25 members who donated more than 1,800 hours in 2019. And one of the things we just started using them for this fall is Fire Watch during Santa Ana wind events, where we'll put a couple of teams out driving through some of our neighborhoods in the overnight hours when we have significant Santa Ana winds, just to be an extra set of eyes and ears out there for us. So what I just provided you was a quick idea of what the police services agreement provides for the city of Camarillo. And as a result of that police services agreement in 2019, you can see we had around 50,000 citizen contacts, 18,000 calls for service, 5,000 crime reports, 6,000 supplemental reports, a response time for priority calls for emergency calls of 6.5 minutes. We've had 5 Coffee with a Cop events in 2019. We had 8 station tours, 140 illegal firearms seized from people in our communities who weren't supposed to have them. We conducted 22 school drills. We conduct monthly business and neighborhood watch and we had 183 contacts with homeless in our community, just to name a few of the things that were done. And so that overview of how we find our deputy sheriffs, what kind of a background process, what the hiring and training is like, a little touch on contract methodology and how that benefits both the city of Camarillo and the county of Ventura, and then just what those services provide for in the city of Camarillo has resulted in an excellent working relationship for many, many years between the city of Camarillo and the county of Ventura, and one that we plan to continue on with. And so with that, I'd like to move on to some community questions that came up and that were posted on the city's website, and that are some commonly asked questions and have been over the last few months. One question that came up is, what is the department's practice for holding officers in misconduct accountable? As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we do have a complaint procedure. Any member of the public can lodge a complaint, or even our own staff members can report misconduct, and we have an investigative process that goes through our Professional Standards Bureau, and every single complaint is investigated through its entirety. And so if we have a deputy who is found to have violated policy or procedure or law, that's investigated, and the discipline is dependent upon what the misconduct is. So there's no cookie cutter approach, because the allegations can vary from severity level. But every single case is investigated by run through our Professional Standards Bureau, and every single case of misconduct or allegation of misconduct is investigated. One common question: does the city benefit from having county deputies work out of the Camarillo Police Station, or does the county benefit more than the city? There's clearly, as I've laid out, a mutual benefit for both the city and the county for contracting. But I can tell you, having county deputy sheriffs patrol out of a station that's in Camarillo has provided a big benefit to the city. Last year, we had about 1,000 calls where city deputies responded into the county area and responded to county calls. The same year, we had about 2,200 calls in the city that county deputies responded to or were part of. That's because as they're leaving the station headed out to their county areas, a call might go out and they might be right around the corner, so they respond to it. That's pretty consistent year over year, that the city receives county deputies more than twice as often as the other way around, just because of the proximity of the station and our deputies driving through the city to get to their county beat areas. There are also other benefits that the city has from having deputies work out at Camarillo Police Station. For example, the lease agreement between the city and the county for the police building. All of the equipment inside that building, all the furniture, all the computers, those are all provided by the county. So all of the deputies who work in the city and who type up their crime reports that are generated here in the city are working on computers in the station and equipment and furnitures in the station that are provided by the county. So there is a significant benefit to the city by having county deputies work out of there, both from a responding to calls standpoint, and then some of the ancillary things like having the workstations and the computers provided inside the station. The county also pays all the utilities over at the police station. Does the city review police services budget each year? We do, and that review, as I mentioned in the presentation earlier, is done during the budget process. And again, that's something we look at throughout the year on how we're utilizing the resources that are provided to us, whether we're using them in the most efficient and effective manner, and we'll make tweaks throughout the year if we see we need to make tweaks. What can citizens do to help ensure a safer community? That's a great question, and it's be involved, be engaged, and be active in your community. There are a number of ways in the community that our citizens can be involved and engaged and active. We want citizens to come and take part in our Citizen Academy when we start it back up, so they can really see that we're an open and transparent agency, that we do things in a progressive manner, and that we are open to the communities to see how we work. We have the Neighborhood Watch program. As I mentioned before, we have 59 neighborhood watch groups in Camarillo, and they're an extra set of eyes and ears for us. We encourage citizens to, if they have cameras, sign those cameras up. We have a program with Ring where citizens can sign their Ring cameras up and they can share videos of suspicious circumstances that are happening. We recently had a citizen who shared a video from his front yard of a subject going into the back of his pickup during the middle of the night and stealing some items from the pickup. We saw that on the Ring Neighbors portal, and we shared that video with our deputies, and they were almost instantaneous in their recognition of who the criminal was, and we were able to go out and arrest that criminal. So it's just in that communication with law enforcement and that participation that I think citizens can help us provide for a safer community. And lastly, there was a question about how many people who were fired for domestic violence or excessive force got rehired back. The answer is 0. The sheriff's office would not hire somebody who was fired for domestic violence or excessive force. I think I laid out pretty clearly what our hiring and backgrounding process is, and from that process you can see that somebody who's been fired for domestic violence or excessive force is not going to make it through the background process to become a deputy sheriff. So the answer on that is 0. And with that, I would open it up to any questions from council.
Who would, thank you very much, Commander Tennyson, for a very thorough presentation. Who would like to ask questions? Who'd like to start? Mr. Mulchay.
Thank you, Commander, for the presentation. That was really informative, and I think that was pretty thorough. I'm going to jump around a little bit. A few questions on recruitment. Are you guys finding it generally more difficult to find and hire qualified candidates than, say, you have in the last 10 or 20 years? Is that getting more difficult for you guys?
Yes, it is.
Are most of the candidates, I'll try not to be asked too I know putting you on the spot and asking a really specific question is going to be a little difficult, but do most of our candidates, do they come from Ventura County? Or are they coming from outside the county?
You know, we recruit from college campuses, from military campuses, at sporting events from within the county and from outside the county. So we'll take anybody who wants to apply to be a deputy sheriff. They're not required to be from within Ventura County. It tends to be that a lot of our applicants are familiar with the sheriff's office if they work here, or if they live in the area, they've been familiar. And so, we'll have candidates from locally here apply, but we don't limit it to that. And, it's difficult to find good qualified candidates, and sometimes we have to look long and far to find good qualified candidates, and we'll do that.
On the availability of public information, you mentioned the Department of Justice stats that are publicly available when it comes to use of force events where use of force is used. What's the best avenue, and/or does the department have any plans when it comes to making the availability of information, crime stats and the like, more available to the public or through different channels? I know we as a council get updates in monthly reports that are published online on the city website, although it takes some digging. Do you guys anticipate making information more readily available directly?
The sheriff's office website has crime data available right now. If you go to the sheriff's website, you can look at crime data. But we do, as a matter of fact, have plans and are working on creating a series of public dashboards to release information. There'd be interactive type dashboards on things like use of force. When we start collecting data pursuant to the Racial and Identity Profiling Act, we plan to have a dashboard, an interactive dashboard, so members of the community can go and look at that data and interact with it and kind of dig into it to see what that data is all about, to see what picture that paints. So we absolutely are working on that, and some of it's already available on the sheriff's website right now.
And I saw a few questions posed from the community online. Two of them in particular I'm going to, because I've seen a few people asking questions online, different social media channels. One is on the, and you kind of touched on a little bit, was the officers, VCSO officers who patrol schools, who are involved in schools, particularly the city of Camarillo. There's been questions as to, with COVID, with the situation of COVID in schools, in Ventura County at least, all being virtual, what's the use of those officers? And I know in the case of Oxnard Union versus Pleasant Valley, there's a difference when it comes to costs and how those costs are passed through and or attributed, right?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that. So the Pleasant Valley School District has our school resource officer currently working. They conduct outreach for kids who are maybe not engaged in the distance learning aspect. They're working with administrators to go out and make contact and do well-being checks on the kids to try and bring them back into the fold and getting them back engaged in the distance learning to the level that the district expects. Our 3 high school SROs, which are, as you mentioned, a pass-through cost with Oxnard Union, they're not being currently used right now, and so they are, and they're not being, we're not billing for those positions either. So we've got those deputies right now plugged into patrol positions in the county to reduce overtime in the county, but they're not being billed to the city when they're not being used, and they're not being billed to Oxnard Union when they're not being utilized.
One bit of commentary is because my wife is a teacher at Pleasant Valley School District. I asked her about the SRO for Pleasant Valley, and she says that's one busy officer. he's always running around. He's always engaging, and they see the reports. They have insight, info as to how many contacts with students, their parents, and whatnot that officer makes on a regular basis, and the numbers are actually rather high.
It's astounding. Deputy Tino Martinez is our PBSD SRO, and we have to split him over all the schools within Pleasant Valley School District from K through 8, and he is incredibly busy. But he's a great role model for the kids, especially when they're on campus, and he goes out and plays with them at recess. The administrators and teachers at the schools absolutely love to watch him interact with the kids out there and be a good role model for them. But even during this COVID crisis and when people are distance learning, that partnership between PBSD and our SROs is a really important partnership that they value and that we value, and it's a really good service to the kids in the community.
And the other question I saw, it was in relation to, you talked about patrol officers and the fact that they are kind of the face, they're the most visible officers people see out there. How do they conduct their patrols? How do they spread out amongst the city? How do they optimize themselves to best respond to calls?
Our city is divided into 4 geographic beats, and so we have a deputy sheriff who's assigned to each of those 4 geographic beats, and that's generally the area that he or she patrols when they're out on patrol. We handle our patrol duties in a couple of different ways. Calls for service, that really dictates a lot of what we do. So if a deputy sheriff is in a busy area and it happens to be a busy day and they're getting a lot of calls for service, well, they're going from one call to the next call to the next call. But we like to have our beats divided up by workload so that our deputies have some time to go out and be proactive in their policing, to go out and spend time looking for those, as I mentioned earlier, the 10% of the criminals who are responsible for 90% of the crime. A lot of those folks live here. We know who they are. And so that's part of proactive policing, is going out and contacting those folks and make sure they're complying with their probation or parole terms. And if they're not, they get arrested. And so we also have cover cars. And those cover cars are scheduled at different times of the day based on workload, based on the call volumes by time of day and day of week. We've divided those up, and so those cover cars are generally responsible for a certain geographical area as well. So for the most part, our patrol deputies work based on geographical beat areas within the city.
You mentioned workload too. Statistically speaking, does that workload, service calls, when they happen, where they happen, relatively, I know it's all over the place, but is there a rhythm to it, and is that rhythm rather consistent?
Yeah, it is consistent, and that's how we've determined over the years the coverage levels for our cover cars, because at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, there's not a lot going out on the streets. And so our deputies have a lot of time for proactive policing. But when you start getting to that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, we see traffic volume increases as people are going into work. We see alarm calls increasing as people are going into their business and accidentally setting off alarms. As people are waking up and going to work, they go out to their cars and they realize somebody's rummaged through their cars and stolen things. So that 7 o'clock in the morning is when we see things start to pick up. And, then it gradually picks up to a high point during mid-afternoon. And so we've shifted our coverage levels to really address the calls for service and that volume of calls for service. And it is pretty consistent from day to day.
And we brought on, I guess it was some time ago, I guess the council added an officer, added a patrol for Springville. And I don't know, can you go over that? Is Springville's own beat, or is just an extra because of Springville and the size of the development?
Yeah, it's not, the deputy is not only responsible for Springville. He was brought on when the Springville development was in those development stages, and we realized that the population density out there was going to be pretty high with all the apartments and with the new residences going in out there. And so it was at that time in about 2016 or 2017 when a beat study was done, and it's labeled Springville because that was the area of growth that was going to impact calls for service in that part of the city. But the deputy is not only relegated to that Springville area. That's just what the position was named at the time.
Okay. Two or three other ones. I honestly don't know, and I don't mean to put you on the spot here. So if you got to get back to me on some of these, it's fine. When it comes to level of crime relative to a city's spending on crime, are there correlations there historically? Are there? I know I see when I look at crime levels, like historic crime levels, they seem to kind of ebb and flow with one another, either across a geographic region, through different municipalities in a region, and the like. And I'm wondering, is there a way to, do we, or is there a way to kind of upend the correlation between spending and crime?
Yeah, I would say.
Obviously, I'm making kind of a. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say we have to be very careful in trying to correlate levels of crime with one specific factor. So you can look at per capita spending from one agency to the next, and you're going to see crime levels that are all over the map. There are many, many factors. If you go to the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting website, one of the things that they caution against comparing crime rates from one jurisdiction to the next, because there are so many different factors in those jurisdictions that will affect crime rate. To try and tie crime rate, either low crime rates or high crime rates, to one or two factors is not something that we want to focus on, because there are many, many different factors. Income levels, the types of businesses that are in an area, are there a lot of college campuses in the area? There are really a lot of factors that go into and that determine crime rates. And so you kind of take a look at the big picture and you make adjustments dealing with all of those things, but recognizing that you're probably not going to find one specific thing that has that, cause and effect. This year, for example, COVID-19 is going to completely upend a lot of the theories that we've ever had on crime rates, because we've got 800 or 900 more people who otherwise would have been in jail who are out on the streets, because we're trying to really control, potential and now actual outbreaks of COVID in the jail. So again, trying to relate one factor or two factors to crime rates is something we try to avoid, because there are so many different things that come into play.
To use our city as an example of that, of what you just said too. So would an example be, tell me if I'm wrong, but in that, I assume it's like City of Camarillo, I'm totally assuming this, I have to look the numbers. I assume that Camarillo has a higher than average petty crime rate, and that may be associated, it has nothing to do with our residences, but it has more to do with maybe the overweightedness of the outlets, and there is sometimes often a lot of petty crime that happens over there.
Yeah, there is no doubt that the outlets have an impact on our property crime rate and even a small impact on our violent crime rate. A lot of times, the crime we see out there is petty theft out at the outlets or organized retail theft. Oftentimes, though, what we experience with petty thefts is maybe an overzealous loss prevention officer who wants to go hands-on with a thief. And when you go hands-on with a thief, it turns what would have been a misdemeanor petty theft potentially into a felony robbery. So we actually have seen that there is even a small impact on our violent crime rate because of the outlets, but there is most certainly an impact on our property crime rate and our theft rate. And so, we recognize that. We have a great partnership with the outlets, with Target, with Home Depot, some of the big box stores that are out there. And we are proactive in working with them to identify some of the repeat offenders who are coming out there regularly. And our goal with those really is to try and stop those repeat people, those prolific thieves and organized retail thieves, before they go out and commit a crime. Generally, those folks are involved in other crime like drug use. And if we can go find them before they commit that crime and arrest them for being under the influence of drugs, we've prevented a crime out there. And we know we're successful in doing that.
Two last questions. One is, and you touched on a little bit here, what kind of metrics does the department use to kind of grade itself? Internally, are there certain metrics that you guys look at, you guys measure on an annual or quarterly basis to determine whether you guys are effectively doing a good job or being responsive enough?
We actually don't just do it on a yearly, an annual, or a quarterly basis. We look at things like every week. We look at crime trends every week. I mean, that's one commonly accepted metric. It's not the only metric, but crime trends and crime rates. And so we look at crime trends on a weekly basis. All of our patrol stations meet together on a monthly basis, and we hold what's called ComStat, where we look at the crime rates. We look at the workload indicators of our deputy sheriffs. We look at things like injuries to our deputies. We pay attention to how much overtime we're working. If we have too much overtime and our deputies are working too much overtime or we're pushing too hard, sometimes they'll get burned out and they get injured. So we look at all of the factors. We look at response times as well. We look at the number of probation and parole searches that are being done on our prolific offenders. And so we track our performance on a weekly basis. We have access to our crimes that are occurring, but on a monthly basis, we have this ComStat process that we take part in where we look at a whole bunch of different metrics. And as a station, we are responsible for recognizing trends in all of those different areas and addressing those trends in a positive way. And we're held accountable within our own agency for doing that every month during that ComStat process.
I think I lied earlier, and I think I do have two more. I had two more questions. One's a two-parter, so two more questions. One is we talked about contract methodology. We had the city of Camarillo has had two separate contracts with BCSO. One in 1965, I think, and another time, and the last one was in 1980. And there's been some talk on and off about the BCSO revising contracts with not just Camarillo, but other jurisdictions as well, other municipalities, other cities. One is that still an initiative? And two, are you guys looking at, or if the answer is yes, are you guys looking at different jurisdiction-specific contracts? Because what may apply to Thousand Oaks may not necessarily apply to Camarillo versus Ojai versus one of the other cities.
Yeah, so our agreement for police services is really quite basic. There's the agreement for police services, and then that agreement just lays out essentially that, hey, the sheriff's office is going to provide the city of Camarillo or the city of Thousand Oaks or Fillmore with a fully and completely trained and equipped deputy sheriff. We then have a menu, essentially, of different levels of service. So do you want to add a motor officer? then that motor officer is going to cost you X amount of dollars. Would you like to add an SED deputy? That SED cost is going to cost you X amount of dollars. So we essentially have a menu for each station. So the police services agreement would be the same for every one of our jurisdictions in Ventura County. It's just the items from the menu that they choose for their levels of police services that would be different.
Is the answer to the first question yes or no?
First question, are we working on updating the police services?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Those two-parters get me
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to channel the mayor there in the multi. Last question. What is your guys'? I say you guys. What is the VCSO's biggest? You know, if I'm doing a SWOT analysis, you know, what is the biggest threat? What is the biggest thing holding you guys back, men and women? What is the thing that's undermining you the most, and or inhibiting your ability to be more proactive or be more fruitful in the job you guys do?
Well, right now it's COVID-19. COVID-19 is severely limiting a lot of the things we do. You know, you guys saw in the recent press release that we do have an outbreak of COVID-19 among our custody population right now. And so one of the things we're doing is we're citing and releasing misdemeanors wherever we can cite and release misdemeanors, except for certain misdemeanors like domestic violence. Citing and releasing misdemeanors, misdemeanants who are under the influence of drugs, and those are the folks that we know are breaking into cars here in Camarillo. They get cited and released right out the back door, where otherwise they would have been taken down to jail. We have seen increases in crimes like stolen vehicles this year, and since March we've really seen an increase of the number of folks who would have otherwise been in custody by about 600 to 800 people. They would have otherwise been in custody. So as long as we're dealing with these potential COVID outbreaks, we're going to be dealing with fewer proactive interactions with folks in the street, and we're going to be having a lot more people on the street who would have otherwise been in custody. And so that's a significant challenge for us, and one that you know, we have to be careful in addressing it, because we don't want to get our workforce sick and infected and start spreading that in the community. So that's a pretty significant problem for us right now.
All right, that concludes my questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Members of the council, it's almost 9:30. What I'm going to propose is, unless there's objection, is that we have we have questions from at least one other council member, and then we break for about 10 minutes, because I want to give Commander Tennyson a break as well as us. Is there any objection to having one more round of questions from one member, and then we'll pick it up, do a 10-minute recess and pick it up after that? Okay. Hearing no objection, who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Eric, there's and I know you kind of brushed upon, you know, statistics, and it's really difficult to get a national statistic, but how many sworn officers per population? My understanding, talking and doing a little bit of research, about 16.1 or 17.1 sworn officers per 10,000 residents. Is that about a common ratio?
It is different depending upon which jurisdiction you're in. I can tell you here in Camarillo, and I look at it per 1,000 residents, we're at about 0.8 per 1,000, which is pretty low compared to other police agencies in Ventura County. But I'll tell you, it is different no matter where you go. There isn't like a national standard. It's kind of like Councilmember Molche asked, is there a correlation between amount of money spent on policing and the crime rate? And there really isn't a national standard on that, just like there's not a national standard of where you should be in officers per 1,000 people. It depends upon where you're at. And we're pretty low, and we still have a pretty low crime rate here in Camarillo.
Yeah, and just a follow-up on that, it seems like a lot of the sworns are kind of, they're able to do a lot of different jobs within the department here. And the training, I think, because of that standard, is that somewhat predicated on the type of training that they're able to kind of go from department to department? And it seems like, you know, one person down, another one can kind of jump in and get the job done. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and that's really one of our best recruiting pitches and tools that we have with the Sheriff's Office, is to say, look, we have 5 different contract cities plus our headquarters station. We have many different specialized units just in Camarillo PD. We have a traffic unit, a community resource unit, investigations. We have the special enforcement detail or patrol. Now you take that out, multiply that out times all of our contract cities. We have a bomb squad. We have an air unit. And so the Sheriff Ayub has really pushed to us that he wants deputies who can fit into any role within our agency. He wants generalists more than he wants specialists. And being a deputy with the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, it allows for that, just because the wide variety of assignments that we have available to our deputies. And so, like I said, that's one of our best recruiting pitches, is come work for the Sheriff's Office, and you could work in a different city every couple of years, and you could do a different assignment every couple of years. And that's really enticing for people. I know it has been for me in my career.
And in your opinion, have we given you enough resources to do your job to the best of your abilities and to make Camarillo a safe community? Yeah, you know, I've spoken in my short time here as a police chief at a number of in front of a number of groups, and that's the one thing I always stress, is that our relationship over the years with the Camarillo Police Department and with the council and the staff here has been one of mutual cooperation, and we do have the resources we need, and as important, we have the flexibility to utilize those resources in the manner which we need to utilize them, and that's a real big part of the success we see here, is having that flexibility. And I know you brushed upon this, my last question, and just a comment, Eric, but it's about the homeless. Where do you see the homeless problem, not only now, but in the future? And is there some other programs that we might be able to do to even improve that situation? The homeless problem, it has, for about 3 years in a row, been improved upon here in Camarillo. As you know, we have a partnership with behavioral health, where one of their social workers or caseworkers rides with Deputy Dyer 20 hours a week. Unfortunately, during COVID, that program has been suspended, and those caseworkers are no longer working out in the field, and so that's been a little detrimental to the program. The issue of homelessness is not going away anytime soon. As a matter of fact, I would see it next year's point in time count, with all the financial sufferings of our communities, probably going to look worse than it did this year. And so, you know, one of the areas that we would like to see more of is increased partnerships with behavioral health, and with having caseworkers out in the street working side by side with our deputy sheriffs. And I know behavioral health has the same ideas. They'd love to be able to put more caseworkers partnering up with our deputy sheriffs to go out and address not just the homeless issues, but the mental health issues as well. Because between us and behavioral health, the crisis team, we have a fantastic relationship. We recognize that it's mutually beneficial. It's not an either or. It's not a deputies or mental health professionals or deputies or caseworkers. We all recognize that it's a team effort. It's a total team effort with that partnership. And so, you know, homelessness is right there on the forefront of that. It's not going away. It's likely, you know, we're likely to see some increases in it. And so that's an area that we would love to see more of a partnership is with VCBH on that. And just lastly, I just comment, I want to thank you for all the work you do for our great city, Eric, and your staff and the deputies, if you pass it along, at least from this one council member, I'm sure others too. The great job you're doing, and I was very impressed going out to the training facility that you've got, and they're highly trained, and it's a whole lot different than it was even 10 years ago. But I was very impressed, and I just want to pass along to keep up the good work for our citizens.
Thank you, and I'll pass that on.
All right,
members of the council, I think what I'd like to do, unless there's objection, why don't we go ahead and take a very brief recess? My clock says 9:32. Why don't we take a recess until 9:40? So just a short 8-minute recess and come back at 9:40. Any objection? All right, we're in recess until 9:40. Thank you.
There you go. Now you can.
All right, we're back after a short recess. Thank you very much. Who would like to be next in terms of posing questions? Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric. I just want to start by telling you how much I appreciate, well, first of all, welcome to Camarillo. But I really appreciate all the time that you have spent with all of us and helping us to better understand what VCSO is as an organization, and without like getting into specifics, I've just really felt that I've gotten to know the values of your department, and I appreciate that. But specifically, you have spent countless hours meeting with all of us, preparing multiple reports for us, and it's appreciated. So I want to start with that.
Thank you.
My questions, unfortunately, are a little disjointed, and I think some of this is COVID related, because this is not the typical way we would have like a community forum, and I wasn't exactly sure what was going to be presented today, in contrast to what you presented to each of us when we met. So my questions are a little bit on the fly. One of the things that you presented to us was the instances of use of force. And I don't know if you have the numbers in front of you, and in the form of a question, or I could just, spit it out and just say I'm actually really impressed with the low numbers of use of force in Camarillo. Do you have those numbers in front of you? Can you speak to them?
Yes, I do.
Or, okay, because I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you do have them, I think it would be really interesting for the community to hear that.
Yeah, so I'll just give you a description of how we track uses of force. We track uses of force by the number of incidents where force was used, but we also track it by the types of force used. And so there are some discrepancies between those two numbers, because during one incident where force was used, we could have multiple types of force used during those incidents. So I had mentioned during the presentation, we have anywhere from 40 to 50,000 contacts each year with citizens in Camarillo. We make anywhere between 2,500 and 3,000 arrests. In those 40 to 50,000 contacts, 2,500 to 3,000 arrests, we have uses of force that occur, use of force incidents, anywhere between 70, in the last 5 years, 73 to 90 times in those 40 to 50,000 contacts. Now, what I like to point out is that a use of force when, let's say, for example, we pull over a stolen car, and when we pull over a stolen car, we point our handguns at the people in the car because it's generally a pretty dangerous situation. That's considered a use of force. So an actual physical use of force where we go hands-on, those are even less frequent, where we're actually physically fighting or using force on someone, because such a high number of our use of force incidents involve pointing a firearm at a suspect, pointing the taser at the suspect with a laser on. We have to report those, and we have to write use of force reports every time one of those incidents occurs. So as I said, 70 to 90 use of force incidents every year in 5 years, with about 40 to 50,000 contacts. So the number is incredibly low.
Thanks. I'm glad. I think that's important. I think that speaks to how well trained officers are in de-escalation.
Yeah, and that's an important thing to note. You know, our deputy sheriffs use de-escalation techniques on so many contacts with the public, from a simple traffic stop where they issue a citation and where the person who's about to receive a citation is really angry, and maybe even says right out of the gates on that one, I'm not signing this ticket. And eventually, by the end of the contact, the the contact becomes cordial and the ticket gets signed. It's because of the training and the de-escalation techniques that our deputies are using on so many contacts that I think that's has a direct impact on why our use of force is so low.
One of the things I asked you when we met, not in public, was about data on race. And I'm hoping you can explain what you explained to me about the collection of racial data with incidents and arrests. And the reason I'm asking is, that's really the big elephant in the room, is that, we're talking about social injustice. Well, I have been talking about social injustice, and I think the big concern nationwide is the inequities or disparities in the criminal justice system. And so I think that race data is really important. So if you could explain that.
Yeah, so we collect data on race on contacts where we actually document the contact. So if the contact with a member of the public is documented through a field interview card, through a traffic citation, through an arrest, through a crime report, we do collect racial data. The way that data is stored in our records management system, it doesn't allow for automated pulling of racial data. Keep in mind also that we have several different systems that we use. We have one system that is our computer-aided dispatch system. We have a system that is our field reporting system that is different from how we collect our FI cards, that is different from how we write our traffic citations. And all of that data goes into our records management system, which is a homegrown county-built system that's about 20 years old. And so the way that data talks across those multiple systems doesn't allow us for any automated retrieval of that racial data. So while we have it, the process to go retrieve it and collate it would take incredible amounts of man hours. And we are looking, and we would love to have a system from cradle to grave that keeps that information in one system so that it talks seamlessly across the CAD system and the report writing and the records management and the jail management system. And that is something that we are looking at because we want to be able to better report on that data. That is also something, though, that we're going to be working on the public dashboards that we're working on right now, is being able to get that data in a more usable format for members of the community. So that is definitely high on our priority list.
I would. I think that's right now in this current climate. I think that's one of the best things you could do in terms of data. And it's not that we're looking for something to be wrong. I'm actually, the data that you've been able to provide to me that I've asked for, I've been pleasantly surprised with. And I think it's a chance for the organization to show off what it does well. And I also think that if you have that data, it's not that anybody is, I am certainly not looking to find fault or find badness or point a finger and say, anybody is racist or acting racist. What it provides, though, is a map to improving. It provides a map to pinpoint what better training could be done. And so I think it's really important that kind of information is able to be retrieved and trended and looked at for improvement. I asked, I'll ask again about implicit bias training. Is that something that is being done?
Yes, we do have, we currently have bias and discrimination training. We are looking at additional training on implicit bias.
Okay. I have some questions about the specific use of force policies. that VCSO uses in terms of how they contrast with some of the recommendations from Campaign Zero. I don't know if you're going to have these answers because, it's not, I don't think it's you making the decisions about these. You're probably part of well, I don't know how they're made, but I don't know if it's just Sheriff Ayub doing it on his own or if there's, a committee of senior leaders that make these decisions or how it's worked out. But for instance, one of the recommendations from Campaign Zero and other organizations is that deputies are required to exhaust every other possible option before using force. And if you go to the frequently asked questions on the VCSO website, the answer is no. And it says because some situations require immediate action, such as being confronted by someone with a gun or deadly weapon. To me, it's a little, it doesn't make sense to me because the requirement that the policy or the recommendation policies are to exhaust every other possible option. So why couldn't that be a policy if it's not possible because somebody's coming at you with a gun aimed at you? Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm not sure I see what you're saying. When I hear exhaust every other possible every other possible use of force option before proceeding to deadly force. So if I could refer you back to the force option simulator, the very first one you went through with the gentleman in the knife in the park and how quick he turned on you. Did you all yell at him and tell him to drop the knife? You didn't because you didn't have time. Were you able to pull out a canister of pepper spray and spray him? You didn't because you didn't have time. Were you able to pull out a taser and shoot him with a taser while he's running at you with a knife? You didn't because you didn't have time. So when I hear exhaust all other means before using deadly force, I'm hearing got to go through taser, got to go through verbal orders, got to go through physical, all these things I have to go through before I can use force. And that is an incredibly dangerous precedent to set for our deputies because as you saw in the force option simulator from 31 feet away, that gentleman can close the distance in a matter of a second and a half or 2 seconds, and you can't possibly go through all those other levels before you get to that. And to have a policy that would require that has a potential to cause some serious injury to our personnel. So that's what I hear when I hear exhaust all other means before using deadly force. And that's generally what that's been the law enforcement take on that as well. So that would be my response to that is we have to be sure that we're talking the same language when we start setting those policies and those rules. And so that's how we read that one and hear that one.
And sometimes I think it's maybe a semantics issue because what they say is exhaust every other possible option. To me, I read that as, well, it wouldn't be possible for me to have time to pull out a taser for somebody running at me with a knife, so I'm going to go to the most reasonable amount of force that will stop that, which would be the gun.
And that's what,
so maybe it's just a semantics.
It might be, but the words are important, right? That's what Graham versus Connor, when we talked about how deputies are judged when they use force. It's what's objectively reasonable. So that language is already in our policy and procedure. That language is existing case law from Graham versus Connor that says our deputies are judged by what's objectively reasonable. So that reasonable term, we find that in our policy all over. We find that in case law and in state law as well. So, I mean, listen, there's a lot of room for discussion on whether we can improve policies, but the words, the little words do matter when we're talking about those split-second decisions that have a significant impact on deputies and on using force. So those words do matter, and but definitely worth discussion.
Yeah, and I actually think there's another example of this. I'm not going to go into it. I actually think you are doing what Campaign Zero and those other organizations recommend. So, like I said, I think it's maybe just an issue of the wording. But I actually think that, and especially after I went through that little mini training, I was even more impressed with the fact that I do think that's how you train, and that's what you do, and that's what your policies are. And so I actually think that this frequently asked questions page that you guys have should be rewritten. I think you could do better to help explain things better to the public who are looking at it for the first time.
I will take a look at it.
Not you. You have enough to do. No, but I actually think that that you guys could do yourself a favor, actually, for the public. Like when I first started out and didn't have as much knowledge as I do now, and I went there looking for answers, my understanding now is much, much different. So anyway, that's just, that's that. Stand by a second here. What would your reaction or thoughts be about having a community group, like a public safety committee, in Camarillo?
I don't know what that group would look like. You know, there are a lot of oversight groups involved in being able to look at law enforcement policy and procedures. So I'm not going to speak on behalf of the sheriff on that. That would be something that we would have to discuss with the sheriff because it would have a direct impact on sheriff operations. But I'd have to know, some of the details and what that means. What does a community group look like, or a public safety committee? I'd like to know what that looks like, and then we'd have to discuss it among the leadership at the sheriff's office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it looks like either, exactly. I think I'm looking for an avenue for people who live in Camarillo to offer their perspective on policing, and I'm not even looking at it as a complaint department, but how to encourage more of the community watch and neighborhood watch and things like that.
We are, and that's one of the things that, that we push a lot of, and again, we've been stunted because of COVID, but we are a pretty open group at Camarillo Police Department and with the Sheriff's Office. Our Citizen Academies, I can't stress enough how good that program is and how it provides citizens with some of the same insights that you've had spending time with us out at the Force Option Simulator, because the Citizen Academy actually gets to go out to the Force Option Simulator as well. And they get to go through some of the same training you got to go through. So, one of the things I push hard, and Councilmember Molche had mentioned this a couple of months back, is really focusing hard and targeting people for ride-alongs and for the Citizen Academy. And I think, like I said, once the COVID pandemic kind of eases a little bit, that's going to be something that we're going to redouble our efforts on and focus on, is increasing participation. I'd love to increase the number of Citizen Academies we have at the PD. We have 2 of them right now, and they're 12-week programs, and it's quite a bit of work to put that on for our folks in the Community Resource Unit, but it's incredibly valuable, and we want people to see that we've got great policies and procedures in place. We have fantastic top-notch and progressive training, and when people see that, their eyes are open. It's really part of an educational process that I want to do better at, and that we will.
That's great. Thank you. And let's see, I think I asked you this too when we met, but what services are available for officers that go through something traumatic, or maybe suffering from PTSD or the loss of a partner, or any of those traumatic events that they're experiencing in the workplace?
We have an employee assistance program through the County of Ventura that provides a lot of services for our deputies, private services, but we also have, within the Sheriff's Department itself, we have a very robust peer support program. It's been in existence for several years now, and it provides people who are going through or who have gone through some trauma because of a critical incident or something they experienced at work. We have deputy sheriffs who are assigned to this. It's a collateral assignment, but who themselves have gone through a significant traumatic or critical incident. And it's a peer support group where their communications are private between the two of them, and it provides people with an avenue to express feelings and concerns that they're having in a kind of a private and dignified way, and to kind of work through some of the problems, because it is a problem in law enforcement where we don't like to talk about the feelings, and it's just part of the culture. And so our agency's been pretty good about creating the peer support program and really opening ourselves up to providing that support to deputies who are going through problems and who are experiencing problems from work.
And they have professional services available through EAP as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Cameras, they're on with every interaction with the public?
Not every interaction with public. There are some where, if we're in a hospital, to respect patient privacy, we won't turn a camera on. If we have a contact with the public where there's no criminal activity, if I'm out in public and I'm a patrol deputy and I see you and I want to go talk to you, and you and I are friends and we're just going to talk, I'm not going to turn my camera on for that. It's any interaction right now. It's any interaction that there's an enforcement capacity to it. So any call for service that we go on where there's potentially going to be an enforcement capacity to it, any traffic stop, we're going to be turning our body-worn cameras on. And that's body-worn cameras are issued to every patrol deputy who works for the sheriff's office.
Good. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. Craven.
I don't have any questions. I have comments at the appropriate time.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Craven. Commander, I have a few questions, and I kind of have split them up into two levels. The first, just sort of standards on training and policies, and the second is on our own local contract. And having done quite a bit of research, and by the way, again, thanks for the tour of the Sheriff's Academy. Thanks for the use of the participation in the simulator. Some of the things that have really struck me, which I think bear repeating to in this environment, in this council meeting, is the work by the Sheriff's Department on de-escalation. There's two terms in particular that have been utilized a lot in recent months, and one is de-escalation and the other is level of force. And I think it would be interesting for folks to hear a little bit about it. I know that I've been interested in this. Did you say that for de-escalation that 98% of Camario's deputies have additional training in CIT post-academy?
That's correct. 98% of our deputies have gone through the 40-hour CIT class. The only 3 deputies in Camarillo who have not gone through that class are currently on training, and they'll be going to the CIT class just as soon as they get off training.
So we're going to get to 100% here really quickly.
Well, we will until we get our next crop of trainees out, and then we'll be right back with 2 or 3 who don't have it again.
Okay. One of the things that I've been doing is taking a look at the training materials that the Peace Officer Standard and Training Agency uses, that the Post Commission uses. And I was really struck by the fact that it was in one of your slides about how there are, in this training, which lasts, just the academy training, which lasts 6 months and 900 hours, that there are 42 learning domains. And I know I asked you to give me a copy or refer me to a specific learning domain, which is learning domain 20. And that's all on training people who are going through the academy on use of force and de-escalation. So I'd like to ask you I'd like to ask you a few questions about that, because the use of force term and the de-escalation term have been thrown around a lot recently, and I think it would be helpful to use them. And you also talked a few minutes ago about Graham versus Connor. You know, as an attorney, of course, I'm interested in the case law, but as far as use of force are concerned, per the U.S. Supreme Court, is a peace officer's use of force under the Fourth Amendment in California, is it judged by whether it's, quote-unquote, objectively reasonable?
It is, yes. That's exactly what it's, that's exactly the standard by which it's measured or judged.
Right. And is it fair to say that that's a fact-based determination based on the totality of the circumstances?
It's the totality of the circumstances, and it's also judged by what an officer with similar training and experience level, knowing what the officer who was on scene at the time knew. So it's not with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight. It's knowing what the officer on scene at the time the force was used knew at that time.
And that's exactly what you anticipated my next question. That's exactly where I was going to go with this. That objectively reasonable standard is determined from the perspective of a reasonable officer at the scene at that time, rather than the benefit of, rather than from some 20/20 hindsight, right?
It is, and it's important also to note that it's somebody with similar training and experience. So judging a 2-year rookie deputy and comparing him to what a 25-year deputy with 20 years on patrol, those are two different levels by which people are judged.
Right, and this is all under the Graham versus Connor case that you cited, I think, in response to the Vice Mayor's question a few moments ago, right?
Yes.
And in that Graham versus Connor case, there are a lot of established factors to decide whether a use of force is objectively reasonable, right?
That's correct.
Right, and do some of those include whether the suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of either the officer or to others?
Yes, that's true.
Or the severity of the crime?
It's the severity of the crime. It's the size of the suspect versus the size of the officer. It's the exhaustion level of the officer. So if the deputy was just in a mile pursuit and is completely exhausted, or has just been fighting for 2 or 3 minutes and is, fighting somebody that's 50, 60 pounds heavier than them, there are a number of factors that have to be taken into consideration every time you judge the use of force of a deputy.
I thought there were 2 additional ones that were of particular interest to me. One was whether the suspect was actively resisting arrest. And this is all, by the way, this is all straight out of the Post workbook. These are materials that are publicly available to anybody. You can go get them, and this is in Learning Domain 20. But I thought that the last one, this last factor that I want to mention, was particularly interesting, and that is whether the suspect was attempting to evade arrest by flight and utilizing where there are split-second judgments during circumstances that are tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving. Is that a fair way to describe that factor?
Yeah, that is of critical importance, because those decisions have to be made in a split second, and the deputy has to be balancing the interests of the government, the interests of apprehending an offender, and the potential threat to the public or him or herself when deciding on what the appropriate level of force to use in that situation.
Right, and having been through just as a comment, I'll make more later, but just having been through the force simulator, I have a very high degree of respect for officers who have to make those decisions in a split second. They have to both assess and then take action, and it's a very tough job. Okay, so that's on use of force. I want to ask a little bit about de-escalation. Is a simple way to think about de-escalation is it's just using techniques to try to decrease the intensity of a situation?
That's exactly right, and I'd like to point out that I mentioned earlier that our countywide crisis intervention coordinator works out of the Camarillo Police Department. He's a retired commander with Ventura Police Department. He actually worked with Post to come up with the definition of and to work on de-escalation as it pertains to Post. So we have that resource available for all of our deputies and all of our officers in the county of Ventura, to be quite honest, but right at our own station in Camarillo, which is a huge benefit for us.
And I think it is. Did you, Commander, you talked a little bit earlier about de-escalation techniques. Are they often used, for example, just on traffic stops?
They're used all the time.
Okay. And I know that they are, I think you mentioned earlier about traffic stops, so I was kind of intrigued about that. About the example of someone saying, I'm not going to sign my ticket, but by the end of the...
Nobody likes to get a ticket. Yeah, nobody likes to get a ticket. And folks are generally angry, questioning when they get pulled over. I've even asked when I've been pulled over, and yes, it has happened a time or two, but you're never really truly happy about it. And so the communication style and the communication techniques that we as officers use during those play a pretty crucial role in how that traffic stop or that contact ends up playing out.
And then I just wanted to ask you, and based on these post materials, are there some misconceptions regarding de-escalation?
Yeah, for sure.
And what it is and what it isn't?
Yeah, I mean, we track every use of force at the Sheriff's Office. I mentioned how we write a report every time there's a use of force, and we have a sergeant and a captain review every single one of those uses of force. And so I guess one of the misconceptions is that if you use de-escalation techniques, but you still end up using force, well, then that de-escalation technique that you use obviously failed. And I don't think that's necessarily true, because I'll give you an example. Real life example with all names removed, but you respond to a call of a suicidal subject who comes out and approaches you with his knife, a knife in his hand, and he's approaching you. And naturally, as we saw during the Force Option Simulator, when somebody's approaching you with a knife in your hand, you probably ought to have your handgun out, which is a use of force. And that's going to be a use of force that is going to be documented in a report. But then the fact that you use the techniques you learned during the crisis intervention training, and you're able to talk the person into dropping their knife and talk them into sitting down and talking to you so you can, get them the help they need. You still used force, but the de-escalation technique in that one would be considered very successful, because the potential force that could have been used was mitigated by the techniques that you used during that contact. So just because we use force during an incident, and that's documented, doesn't mean the de-escalation technique failed.
And I think that's a really important point. So now moving on from those policies, I guess I want to ask you something to kind of put you on the spot, but just in terms regionally, just generally speaking, how would you characterize California's and specifically Ventura County Sheriff's Department training and policies and procedures in relation to other parts of our country?
I think California as a state is way ahead of the rest of the country. I think the Sheriff's Office here in Ventura County, as with the our other partner agencies here in Ventura County and regionally, we're pretty progressive in constantly assessing best practices as it relates to policies and procedures and training, in being proactive. I talked about the Force Training Analysis Committee, the FTAC committee. Sheriff's Office didn't create that because we had to. We didn't create that because we're under a consent decree or anything like that. We saw that other agencies around the country were getting themselves in trouble because they weren't assessing, they weren't being proactive in looking for trends and looking for training deficiencies, whether it's individual officers or as an agency as a whole. And so I wasn't a part of it, but our leaders at the time decided to form FTAC to to create that proactive level of review throughout the department. I told you every one of our uses of force is reviewed by a sergeant and a captain. And this FTAC committee is yet another level of review by experts in the field of training and use of force. And so I would consider that one of many. Body-worn cameras is another thing. We've been using them since 2016, and every one of our patrol deputies has and uses it whenever they go out on a shift. Not everywhere around the country is using body-worn cameras yet. We are, and we have been for 4 years. And so, we're constantly looking for ways to better the service that we provide to the public, whether it's through training, whether it's equipment we have, whether it's modifying policy procedures, and we'll continue to do that.
Thanks, Commander. So now I want to transition over into our local agreement with the City of Camarillo, the Police Services Agreement. Also, or it was also referred to as our contract methodology. And Camarillo and 4 other cities in the county are what are called contract cities, right?
That's correct.
And we have another 5 cities, I believe, that have their own municipal police departments.
Yes.
And it's a very, I guess it would be fair to say that it's a very different situation in being a contract city versus having your own municipal police department, right?
Yeah,
in terms of everything you have to think about.
Yeah, there's some pretty big differences.
Well, and there are some real additional challenges, I think, to having your own municipal police department, both in terms of cost and liability. Would you agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with that.
Would you also agree that, based on the cost-sharing slides that you provided to us and the data you provided to us, that the residents of the City of Camarillo as a contract city get a lot of benefit out of being a contract city and contracting with the Sheriff's Department?
Mayor, I would say the city gets a lot of benefit and the residents in the city get a lot of benefit, but so do the residents in the county. That cost sharing is not exclusively beneficial to the city, it's also beneficial to the county. And that's why it's such a good partnership between the 2 entities.
Well, I think it was touched on earlier, but I know that there's been this claim out there that the city is paying for resources that are used outside city limits, that there's some disproportionate amount there, but that's actually not true based on the data, is it?
It actually couldn't be further from the truth.
I want to go just for a minute to the use of force, and the Vice Mayor talked about this a little bit, but I think it's worth repeating. What I wrote down when you were speaking was that in the average year, I think you've given us the years between 2015 to 2019. There's on average between 40,000 to 50,000 contacts between police officers and individuals. Correct?
Yes.
And so, out of those, and about I think, did you say 2,500 to 3,000 arrests?
Yeah, just over 3,000 arrests each of the last 2 years.
Okay. And out of those 40,000 to 50,000 contacts, the total use of force incidents, did you say they were between just 73 to 92 per year?
Yeah, a low of 73 with 41,000 contacts in 2017 and a high of 92 with 44,000 contacts in 2018.
I think that's a number that is really worth noting. And it speaks to the professionalism of the Ventura County Sheriff's Department and the Camarillo Police Department. So I think Councilmember Kildee asked this question a while ago, but I'm going to just confirm it and sort of reframe it and put you on the spot too, Commander. In your professional opinion, are the current levels and the current staffing of policing services adequate for the city of Camarillo, given its population?
They are adequate. We have what we need to do the job here in Camarillo.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'll have comments later on, but those conclude my questions at this point. I think we're at the point where we actually, wait a minute. Sorry, I have another. we've been provided with data on the fiscal aspect of the budget and how Camarillo may compare to other cities. And I don't know if this is a question more for you or for the city manager or for Mr. Uribe, but it looked at the numbers in terms of both per capita and the percentage of the general fund budget. Are you generally familiar with those numbers?
That would be something that I would refer to Mr. Uribe.
Okay. Well, maybe when we have a chance, we can ask Mr. Uribe. Doesn't have to be right at this moment. But I'll just simply say that based on the data that I've seen, Camarillo ranks very well in terms of those numbers, both in terms of per capita and in terms of the percentage of the general fund budget utilized. We fall somewhere in the bottom half of cities in the county. And by the way, less expensive. Here's the take-home message: we fall, I think, somewhere in between the other contract cities in the county, but we also fall below, I believe, every other city in the county that has its own municipal police department, just strictly in terms of budget. And I think that also, from a fiscal standpoint, is really illustrative about how efficient our police services are. So I was going to frame that in the form of a question. I decided not to go from there. Decided to just say it. Okay. Thank you for letting me put you on the spot and then not actually asking you the question. All right, we're going to go to public comment. And Commander, thank you very much. So we're going to go to public comment at this point. And Madam City Clerk, I believe that we have at least 2 individuals who want to offer public comment, correct?
Actually, I only have 1.
We just have 1. Okay. Could we please have that speaker, and I'll remind that speaker that their public comment is limited to 3 minutes.
Yes, and it's Matt Lorimer.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So I do have some comments. The first thing is maybe the commander can shed light on if somebody wanted, under the Public Records Act of California, where they would file to get information. Would that be in Ventura or Camarillo? The next question I'd like to know is he brought up Springville due to the population growth of the council and former councils approving all the growth. We go back to the factory outlets. The factory outlets has 3 properties. I would like to know from the commander if he's had any discussions with the property owner and about the amount of service calls and how many mall security cops are on each of the 3 properties. How many service calls in the last 2 years, monthly, weekly, are we spending at the factory outlet malls? Have they offered any compensation? Has any city councilman currently or in the past have offered to have some kind of conversation to try to get the factory outlets to pay some money because we're spending so much time there? Because the crime, we obviously have the highest crime statistics per capita based throughout Ventura County and Camarillo. So I'm interested in those service calls, and if we're spending a lot of time there at the factory outlets, could we use that? Could we get some type of compensation? Let me remind you, you're new here, but before Black Friday, I complained about that to the former city council, and the factory outlets started paying money toward the overtime for using the sheriff's department as mall cops. I'd like to know, in the last couple of years, are they continuing to pay for that overtime or contribute, or how much are they paying for Black Friday? I think it's important. And another thing is, I wonder, by having, in L.A. County, when they open a police substation, 36 to 48% drop in crime by opening another having a police substation. I've talked about this, how the population growth is on the side of town. And maybe you could shed light on the fact is that response time could save a life by having an additional site in Camarillo, that the future growth if we had an active shooter or something would have happened, we could improve and have less crime. And finally, Thousand Oaks has a bike patrol. I think, I was wondering if we could have a bike patrol beside having it at the Camarillo Fiesta for 1 or 3 days, about having a bike patrol in the city of Camarillo. I think having more eyes and having a different approach, because obviously we have a graffiti problem, and that some of these things could be alleviated by trying different methods, not by adding more officers, by relocating some of them and maybe changing the dynamics of the environment and kind of getting a better handle on some of these issues. And I really would hope you could shed some light. And let me tell you something, I really support the Sheriff's Department. You know, people don't say thank you, so thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Matt.
Tony, you're on mute.
I'm on mute. Thank you. I did not mean to be on mute. Thank you very much for your remarks, Mr. Lorimer. Commander Tennyson, is there anything that you wish to respond to?
Yeah, there's a bit to unpack there, but I'd be happy. I took some notes. I
think you're still on. You're on mute now, Commander.
I'm sorry, I muted you.
I'm good. There's a lot to unpack there, but I took some notes, and so I'm going to give it a go. Public Records Act requests, if you're looking for information from the Sheriff's Office, Ventura County Sheriff's Records Department can handle Public Records Act requests. Obviously, if you're looking for City of Camarillo specific, that's here at Camarillo. The outlets and coverage out there. We do not have the highest crime rate per capita here in Camarillo, even with the outlets. We're not even close to the highest. We're somewhere in the middle or lower middle, and depending upon violent crime versus property crime rate, we're a little higher on property crime, but we're top 3 on violent crime in the county of Ventura. And I want to say right in the middle for property crime. So highest crime rate per capita, not even close. But we do completely recognize that the outlet malls are responsible for a large number of calls for service for us here. When I talked earlier about the relationship between the PD and city staff here and allowing us the flexibility to utilize the resources that we have, we have kind of repurposed 2 resources into a type of a directed enforcement unit to really work to build partnerships at the outlets and at the box stores out on Ventura Boulevard, because we are seeing, last year we saw a significant jump in shoplifts. I think this year, although we're flat, had we not had those outlets and the businesses closed down for significant periods of time because of COVID, we would probably see increases yet again this year. And so we've repurposed 2 of our deputies into a directed enforcement unit, and they are working hand in hand with loss prevention at each of the stores in the outlets and at the security for the outlets as well. And we've been doing this pilot project for about 5 weeks now, and it's paying off in dividends. We've made some fantastic arrests of known organized retail thieves who have committed prior crimes there, and we've intercepted them before they've gone into the stores, and we've arrested them for things like identity theft or possession of burglary tools. We did a couple of press releases just last week on that. So we are looking for new ways. You talked about coverage out there. We are looking for new ways to address any crime trends that are going on out there. And that's part of that CompStat process I talked about, is quickly recognizing trends and utilizing the resources we have to come up with different ideas on how to combat them. And so we're doing that. One question was, do the outlets still pay overtime money? Yes. During Black Friday and during that time between Thanksgiving and Christmas, they still do pay overtime for deputies who are working out there. So yes. A substation, do we need another substation? We have about, right now our response times for priority calls are about 6.25 minutes for priority calls, the lowest it's been in 3 years. A substation doesn't necessarily accomplish getting you into a neighborhood the way you'd want to, because we don't want our people hanging out at substations. We've given them a patrol car that equips them with a computer to write the reports. Their patrol car is their substation. And we would rather have people out in the communities driving around in the patrol cars, being proactive, recognizing those known offenders and making contacts with those known offenders. So I don't think a substation is necessarily going to be helpful on getting people out in different parts, because they're already out in different parts of the community in their patrol vehicles. And lastly, bike patrol. We do have a collateral assignment, bike patrol. It's not a full-time assignment. We do have several deputies who are trained to do bike patrol in Camarillo, and we'll utilize them during we've utilized them in the past at the holidays at the outlet malls. And so we do have that as a collateral assignment at the PD currently. And I think I've answered most of the questions.
I think you did, Commander. Thank you very much. All right, let me just double check. Madam Clerk, we have no other additional public speakers for public comment, correct?
No other public comments.
All right. Commander, do we have any additional questions of the council for Commander Tennyson before we bring it back to ourselves for our discussion? Mr. Mulchay.
Give me enough time and I'll find one more thing to ask a question about. It's add clarification to a question I saw asked online via our OpenGov form. The person asked a question about deputies. Not all of our deputies go through the academy. We do have some deputies who lateral from other agencies. The more specific question, kind of a two-parter again, and I try to trick you with this two-parter question, is one, if deputies lateral from another agency, are they given some sort of training as to how the VCSO operates? And because you guys may operate clearly differently than whatever agency they may be lateraling from. And two, if in the event a deputy from another agency, someone who's been a deputy before at another agency, and they've either quit and or been terminated because of either improper use of force or just improprietary, or being improper or under a cloud, would that likely disqualify them from being accepted?
Yeah, so I'm going to try and take them in order so I remember. So the first part is somebody coming over from another agency, are they trained on Ventura County Sheriff's Office policy and procedure? And the answer would be yes. Any deputy who laterals over to the Sheriff's Department from another agency would be treated the same way as a new academy graduate is treated, in that they go in the jail at the bottom of the list and they have to go through a jail training program. If they came from an agency that was a police department that didn't have their own jail and they hadn't attended the Board of State and Community Corrections STC training, that 79-hour training I talked about, they'd have to attend that STC training as well. So they would be put through a training process that is specific to the Sheriff's Office. And it's late. The second question was, would we hire somebody who's been fired from another agency, under a cloud of suspicion? You see problems throughout our country where, and it's really particular to a lot of the smaller agencies who maybe have trouble finding candidates, where you see people hopping around from agency to agency. When they have trouble at one agency, they go to another agency. Our background process is rigorous. I touched on it here, but I tried to work through it pretty quickly. Our background process is rigorous, and if we have, I mentioned that any other agency that somebody even applied to, so if they weren't a police officer at another agency, but they just simply applied for that agency, we would go to that agency and we'd talk to the investigators and we'd look at that application file that other agency had. We absolutely reach out to the other agencies, and that would be discovered in a background process, and it'd be very likely that person wouldn't be hired with the Sheriff's Office.
Awesome. Thank you for adding the clarification.
All right. Commander, thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks for standing up there so long at the podium tonight, hearing and responding to all of our questions. If there are no other questions for Commander Tennyson, then I think it's time to bring it back to Council for discussion. Who would like to start? Mrs. Craven.
thank you very much for an excellent presentation. I have always been a firm and solid supporter of our contracting for police services with the county, as well as of the deputies who serve as the Camarillo Police Force and all of the police chiefs that I've worked with. And I was counting, I think that's 8. I might have missed somebody, but I believe it's been 8 in the time I've been here. I think there's one benefit that the city receives in having the unincorporated deputy, the officers who work in the unincorporated area being housed at the Camarillo Police Station that the commander didn't touch on, and that is visibility. We have, I don't know, something like 53 officers here and maybe 25 that serve the unincorporated area. But as far as going in and out and going to their wherever they're going to work that day or whatever they're working on, they are visible on the streets of the city of Camarillo. And I think that police visibility is very, very important. And I think it helps people think we have an even larger police force than we really do. But I think that's an important point. I'm very impressed that the Neighborhood Watch program has increased so much. I think it was 7 years ago that we were down to 9 Neighborhood Watch programs, and I think you said there were more than 50 now. That's a tremendous increase in a fairly short time, because that is not the only thing that community resource officer is doing, is trying to find more Neighborhood Watch programs. And they are a really good source of more eyes and ears out in the community. Just one comment. I've been told many times by Citizens Patrol members who go to some national Citizens Patrol things that they believe they are the longest continuous Citizens Patrol unit. So we not only have a large group of people, but there are a large group of people who've been doing what they've been doing for a long time. Not all the ones in the country are called Citizens Patrol, but you try to put together what they are. And in some other cities, they have started and then closed down because they couldn't get more volunteers, and they've started them up again. But ours has been continuous, so I think that's another excellent source of volunteer help for eyes and ears out in the community. And I know these people really enjoy it, too. And I didn't mention going on the tour of the sheriff's facilities or the anything like that, because I wasn't able to match up my time with the times that were available for doing that, but I look forward very much to doing a tour of the training facility on Monday. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. Who would like to go next? Vice Mayor Santangelo, followed by Mr. Kildee.
Thank you. So it seems like it was months ago when I asked for us to have this review. And for those of you out in the community watching tonight, I'm still getting emails not to defund the police, and that apparently tonight was step 1 of my agenda to defund the police, and that's really not what this was about. This was about me being a new-ish council member, not familiar with how our contract worked with the sheriff organization, wanting to understand their organization, how we contract with them, and in doing so, not just about what we're paying and the fee structure, but their training, their hiring, their policies, all of the things that we got to hear tonight. one of the most basic functions, I believe, of a council member is to review contracts and is to look at how you're spending your money. That doesn't mean you're looking at it because you're not going to continue spending the money, but to understand what services you're getting when you spend that money and to understand it. Now, it's not as complex when you have a contract with a landscaper. This is a big contract, and it's really important work. It's really difficult work. It's work that's under scrutiny today. Not here. It's nationally. It is work that is under scrutiny. So I take being an elected official and overseeing contracts like these, overseeing spending money, and overseeing contracts that do work that is so important for our community and for the people who live here. I take that really seriously. Call me naive. I thought that the police contract would eventually come through as the other various contracts that we have come through. When they expire, they come back to us. I did not realize that the only time that we're approving the budget for the sheriff contract was through the budget process. I don't think that's a good way to oversee the financial aspect of the contract. I think when you are discussing and working on a city budget, that's not the time to be looking at a single contract. I really believe that, first of all, I'm very glad to hear that the 1980 contract is going to be updated. But I do think that, and I don't know what it looks like, but I think it needs to come back to council at some regular interval to take a look at, because some of the changes in staffing are made at the city manager level between the commander and the city manager. And that's okay if it needs to be done, but I think at some point if those changes are made, they need to come through our approval and not just as part of the budget process. I have been working really hard to understand policing in our county and in our city better. I've not only been here tonight, but met with the commander a few weeks ago. I've attended 3 online forums with representatives from Ventura County Sheriff and county representatives and community leaders and other elected officials. I've had lots of discussions, lots of reading, lots of researching, and lots of looking at my own biases and my own lack of experience in this field. I'm not a police officer. And I'm really glad that I pushed for all of this, because if one of my responsibilities and I'm going to be held to account for a police contract, then I want to understand it. And it's a little bit more difficult to understand it when you contract with them, because it's not something that I can, I'm a little bit more removed from it. So I'm really pleased with this process. And I'm glad that there were other council members that agreed with me to do this exploration into our sheriff's contract. I am very concerned that there's a lack of statistics and data on race. I'm very happy to hear that our use of force is low, but I need to know if it's being equally used across different races. And I think that the community wants to know. And I think a byproduct of not having that information is that it appears that it's the appearance of lack of transparency. From what I have learned about VCSO, I don't believe that is the truth, but it's the appearance that concerns me. And I think it's a loss of an opportunity to improve. Because if we find that there are disparities, then we need to address them, and we can address them. And I, also knowing what I know, I think that Ventura County Sheriff Organization would want to address them. I really mean it when with my time spent with them and with Eric, I found a lot of integrity, and I found values that I was very proud to know that they were serving our community, and I mean that. But I want us to do better in terms of that racial data. I also am hoping that maybe a little condensed version of this would be part of a new council member orientation, so that when you come in, you understand how things work with the police contract. It's different than other contracts. It works differently, and I think it's important to kind of have that as you enter the role. I would also like, I know we get an annual presentation. I think some of the data that Commander gave us one-on-one would be really interesting to be sharing with the community. I think it also shows what a great job they're doing. So I'd like to see that expanded a little bit. And I think that's it right now. I'm hoping that for the residents that are out there that have more questions that weren't answered or listening tonight, have them come up with more questions or want things expanded on or things concern them. I hope we hear from them. I think the key really is in this engagement. I think it's really important that we took this step to share this with the community. These are trying times in our world today, and the more that we can come together and share information so that we don't have to make up the stories, I think the better we all are. I think I don't really know anybody here in this town who, despite having concerns about policing as a whole, don't respect and are not grateful for the hard work that our police officers do. And I am grateful for them, and I want to partner with them as we try to improve things. The other thing that really inspires me is Project Hope. And I really hope we get that social worker back to be working with Deputy Dyer. And one of the things I would really like us to do is looking at a way to expanding that program of our public safety. I would really like to find out or work on a way for us to get more time from a social worker to pair up with a deputy to work on some of the other social service, social programs. So for our homeless, for domestic violence, for drug addiction, I think suicide calls. I think there's a lot of ways that we can use expertise that's already out there to pair up with our police and see if we can give more, trying to find the right word, better service, more targeted services to those in need. So rather than defunding, I'd like to actually find a way to fund a program where we can get more social services to people. I work often with trying to get the crisis team to come out and respond, and they can't because they have been defunded. And because of that, our police officers have to act as the crisis team. I would rather have our police officers doing the things they do really well. So if there's a way that we can, I know it's not a great time financially for this city, but I would really like to look into expanding a program like that and really trying to get social service programs to our people in need in the moment when they need it. So those are my comments. And Commander Tennyson, thank you again. I really appreciate all your time and effort.
All right, who would like to go next? Mr. Mulchet.
I will try to be brief. I do want to thank Commander Tennyson, staff, and everyone else who contributed in not only this presentation, but and something Susan had alluded or had spoken to, but all the different engagements that we've been able to have over the course of the last several months amongst staff and Commander Tennyson making himself available for one-on-ones and tours, and obviously this presentation and the like. It is very enlightening. It's enlightening to me. It's been enlightening to us. It's been enlightening to the community, no doubt. I think there was a lot to be learned, only because there was a lot that was unknown and not really communicated in this kind of fashion before. And this goes to transparency and accountability, not just for the VCSO, but also on us as elected officials. I need to make sure that we as a city are transparent about this process. There's certainly a lot of questions circulating in the community. It's not just a national conversation, it's certainly a local one as well. And there are a lot of questions being asked, and it was best to have a conversation about it. I find that when two parties can sit down and just simply have a dialogue and learn from each other, it usually helps mitigate any further unsettling flames and the like. I certainly need to be held accountable to how we choose to spend the money for police services. The fact that I didn't have a lot of insight as to the contract, the structure of the contract, the structure of all these services, and the more nuanced details about how the police worked. I'm caught flat-footed when people ask me these questions, and I have no insight. But Susan and I, being the two newest members, I will attest. There's very little given to newcomers. I know there haven't been a lot of newcomers on this council in particular for a very long time. I know there's three of us now in a very short period of time, but there's no real legitimate orientation process for a lot of us. A lot of it is figuring it out. A lot of it is just questions and answers as you find yourself in a situation or faced with a report for the very first time and trying to decipher it and understand the nuances of it. This is certainly one of those situations, and I think we're all better off as a result of everything that's kind of come about. I am saddened that this whole process got polarized and politicized the way it did. To me, it's unsettling and upsetting as well. But I'm still glad at the result, ultimately, in that the type of information that was shared and the transparency provided, and the understanding of how the accountability works, both internally for the VCSO and us, like I said, as elected officials, in answering these questions that we have from residents. To the charges of defunding the police, and I said this to a lot of other people, if the goal was to defund the police, the process for that would have been the budgetary process that we had already concluded. when we were facing down millions of dollars in budget shortfalls. We didn't choose to defund the police then. We're not choosing to defund the police now. We're not asking to defund the police now because that was never, one, that was never the objective. Two, that was never an option. And if it was, it would have been done when you would have done it, which is during the budgetary process, which we didn't do. We did defund tree trimming. We did defund how often we mow the lawn. We did not defund the police. And to that end, I think, in even having these conversations, a lot of us, at least I'll speak for myself here, have identified where there may be potential increases in the budget or in particular programs that may drive a greater desired result in its impact on crime rates or mitigating crime, or at least trying to solve certain types of crime throughout our city. So the question was, it was less about a predetermined, I should say, like a predetermined objective. It wasn't about that. It was about understanding a process and making sure that we understand that process and how things are spent. As I tell you, I'm rather impatient. I don't want to wait 30 years to truly figure all this out and understand it through. I prefer to do it up front and understand it now. Programs like Project Hope give me hope. I will remember, and I think Susan was there with me at the same time when we both went up to new council member orientation up in Sacramento, and we were talking to a council member from, I'm going to forget, but it was another city further down south, and he specifically commented on Project Hope, and that his city had heard about it, and that he discussed it with other council members from other cities, and that they wanted to emulate our Project Hope in their respective cities because they had seen and read about how it seemed to have positive results. And so I think there's always room for improvement. We can always do better. The idea that we're as good as we're ever going to be and nothing should ever change and the way we've always done it is the way we should always do it in the future, that goes nowhere with me, because we're in an ever-evolving world, an ever-evolving society with ever-evolving means and technologies and methods and tools. The bad guys are always evolving, so does our law enforcement. And I should say our issues as a community are ever-evolving, and so should our law enforcement and how we approach those problems. And so you don't do that without having a dialogue, having a discussion, analyzing things, trying to figure out if there is a better way. You have to start somewhere. You have to start that process. Even if it doesn't result in anything, you at least have to ask the question, you have to take the question and just turn over a few rocks and make sure that the way you're doing it is in fact the best way you can do it right now in this time, and for the problems we have currently. So I'm really proud of our police. I say it all the time. I come from a family of multiple police officers. I communicate with them on a semi-regular basis, not like every day, not even every week, but I know their stories. I know their interactions. I know their complaints. I know what gives them joy about their job. And it's not an easy job. It's certainly a threatening job for them. I know how they're viewed. They know how they're viewed in the public oftentimes, and it's not easy. Certainly not an easy job. It carries a lot of conflict and a lot of baggage, emotionally and otherwise. So I'm incredibly proud of how our police perform here. I think I said it one of those late nights that what we're witnessing, the problems others may witness in other departments, I don't think is prevalent here. I don't believe our VCSO has the issues that other departments might have when it comes to training or conduct or use of force. We don't have those problems here. We know that we don't. An analysis of the data and a discussion on those topics has shown that we don't have those problems here. That's good for us to know, and it's great for the community to have that understanding and to have that confidence. So I appreciate all the time that went into this. I appreciate everyone's effort and the energy that went into this. And I do hope, I hope we, Susan, I'm going to paraphrase what you already said, but I do hope that we can find some kernels from this process and we can incorporate it into new council member training, into just reiterating some of these points, if not just to us, but to the community. Find new programs where we can do community outreach and help people better understand and build greater bridges between the community and the police. It'll only help mend whatever factions there may still exist between our police and segments of the community and whatnot. We all just got to see each other as human beings. We're all living on the same big rock. We all got to treat each other with respect. We're all after the same things in many ways. We all want to live in a safe community. We all want respect. We all want to be successful. We all want to achieve our goals and our objectives and our dreams. So, I just want to say thank you. More than anything else, thank you. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mulchay. Mr. Kildee?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I've had some technical difficulties tonight. I had a little power surge and my computer actually went dark, so apologize for that. I did hear what my brother and council members have said. Just a couple of things that I've always been impressed with. Can you hear me okay?
No, we're not hearing you.
I've had some technical. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Better.
I'm going to keep my comments light due to the technical difficulties. The county's done a good job for the years. This is a very thorough presentation that we had tonight. I think we all learned a lot, and that's important. The ever-changing world of policing is probably as challenging now as it's ever been. And I'm really proud of our police department. We're very lucky in Camarillo that through the years, it's known as a plum assignment, and we get a high-quality police officer here. So those are my comments. I appreciate Eric's time and the questions, and I look forward to a robust partnership for many years to come with them and with the deputies that are serving our great community here. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kildee, and especially with all the computer technical difficulties you've been experiencing tonight. So I do have a few comments. First of all, I want to thank Commander Tennyson for his presentation tonight. I want to thank all of the sheriff's personnel who serve our city so well. I thought tonight was an important discussion. I think it's been enlightening for the council and for the public. With regard to the form of agreement that the city and the sheriff's department has, as a lawyer, it's an old, dated form of agreement. It could use some updating, and I'm understanding that the sheriff's department is setting about to get it updated, which is just fine. I think we should do that. So I'm looking forward to seeing that when it comes back. But that said, going to the fundamental question of police services, in my view, our city receives excellent police services, both from a quantitative as well as from a qualitative standpoint. And That's the bottom line. And there, in my opinion, isn't any need to change our level of policing services. Our number one priority, in my view, as a city council, is to ensure the public safety of all individuals who are in the city. From a budget standpoint, approaching it from that prism, the amount of general fund monies that our city spends for police services is in line with, or is within the range of what other contract cities in Ventura County spend. And it's less based on what we've utilized as our criteria. It's less than what cities with their own municipal police departments spend. So I think from a fiscal and budget standpoint, City of Camarillo is doing well. I want to make a couple of my personal views here just crystal clear. Number one, I support not just maintaining our current level of police services, I support enhancing them in some ways. And let me give you a very specific example. In 2008, the city had, it was either 2 or 3 civilian report writers, and I would defer to Mrs. Craven or Mr. Kildee. I'm not sure whether it was either 2 or 3, but in the 2008 recession, the Sheriff's Department, those positions were eliminated. And we no longer had, and they were called by Commander Tennyson, they were called the SSTs. And the value of having an SST is in the following example. If, for example, someone files or makes a call saying I've had vandalism or graffiti or something else on my property, if the value of having those non-sworn peace officers who are civilian report writers go out and take those reports is that frees the deputy to go on patrol. Otherwise, you have the deputy taking those reports, and that takes him or her out of the field, which is not what I want. I don't think that's good from a policing standpoint. So back in 2017, we're able to restore one of those positions. And I still would like to restore the second of those positions. And I said that back in our budget process, Susan and Sean, before you came on the council, and I'll repeat it again. I said it way back in 2017. I would like to, and it's the same time that the city added the deputy, the deputy known as, the car known as the quote-unquote the Springville deputy, but that's, we've already talked about that tonight. That is an example of enhancing the services. Secondly, the word defunding has come up again tonight. I want to make it crystal clear, I don't support defunding our police department in any form, in any manner. And that you can utilize the term defunding or reimagining or whatever you want to use, but I've said before in council meetings that that's counterproductive to ensuring public safety. So why is that? That's because cutting the policing budget inevitably results in eliminating field-level police services. And that has an adverse ripple effect. It adversely affects the quality of life of the community. And conversely, the mere presence of an officer deters crime from occurring and positively impacts our quality of life. And finally, I'm really glad that we've had a chance to go through these policies and have a chance to talk about them. I haven't seen anything that suggests to me that any current VCSD policies should be changed. I haven't heard anything tonight that would cause me to make a recommendation under our existing contract to the sheriff on changing policies. So I'm really pleased that we had this chance to talk about these issues tonight, and that concludes my comments. Are there any other comments on this item? Mrs. Craven.
Yes, I spoke first, and some statements were made later that I thought I needed to respond to. First of all, the changes in personnel, the changes in level of service, the changes in the services we receive, unless it's an emergency situation or something, those are not decided by the city manager. Those are clearly explained to us during each budget cycle. And as we go through the budget page by page, before we start that part, there is a part where if there are going to be changes to be made, the police chief will explain those changes to us, as well as all the other department heads who explain changes that will be made in their part of the budget. Then we go through page by page. We have our opportunity to ask the questions and to express our own opinions, whether we think those changes are appropriate or not appropriate. And to ask for more information, because that's in the budget study session, to ask for more information to be brought to us on the night that the budget would be approved. And then we can get more clarification and maybe make changes to the proposed budget. And so I do believe that for that sort of thing, budget time is the time we should be discussing it, as well as everything else. We treat the sheriff's contract and we treat the sheriff's deputies who work here as our police department. As you go through and look at, if you were to look at an organization chart, the police would not be treated as a contract under administrative services. They're treated as one of our departments. So the proper place for them to propose changes to us is at budget time, not at a time when they bring us back a contract that would have a different level of service or a different type of officer. I believe that having the type of contract we have is also appropriate. It might need changes, but the appropriate time to bring it back to us would be when there are changes in the actual contract, not to bring it back for a review and for us to look at every 2 years or 3 years or anything like that. So I would not support that. And finally, and just for the record, if we're going to be talking about adding some kind of service from a county employee or county social services, I would not support shifting any money away from our police contract to give to county social services department. I think that would have to come from someplace else, or the county would have to provide the first. So I just wanted to clarify my opinion on those things.
Your Honor, can I make one comment? Do you mind?
Sure. I think Vice Mayor Santangelo got her hand up first, and then you're on deck. Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yeah, so no, I appreciate that, Mrs. Craven, but they are contracted. They aren't our employees. And I don't think that we do that with any other contract. So can you understand, for somebody who hasn't been on the council as long as you, to not understand why this contract is treated differently than every other contract? So, so for Sean and I who came in, and I don't know if the mayor also had some of this confusion, but to not think that it's being treated like another contract is confusing. So we either need to make sure we explain it to the new council members who come on board so that they understand that, or if we're going to treat this contract only as if there are employees, as you described, that's confusing. So that you know, if that had been clarified or if it's treated differently, then there might not be that confusion, which started this whole discussion about, is there a contract, where's the contract, why haven't we seen a contract? So,
All right. Mr. Kildee?
I just want to bring up one more point. Can you hear me okay? The 45% of the general fund budget for the police have been fairly constant through the years as well. That percentage not deviated very much since I've been on the council either. Even though the type of service that they provided obviously has changed with the different levels, and the type of policing that they're doing now is far different than what it was even 10 years ago. But that percentage of our general fund has remained relatively consistent over the years, at least for the last 10 to 15 years.
Let me add one or two more things. I think I've made my position very clear regarding maintaining and enhancing our current level of services, and I understand, I think quite well, that as a contract as a contract city, we contract for levels of service that we specify from the Sheriff's Department. I want to go back to something that I think the Vice Mayor and Commander Tennyson were talking about, and that is the potential. I think everyone else here, I am really pleased with the work of Deputy Dyer and the Project Hope program. That is a success story. And I think that the pairing of during a non-COVID-19 time, pairing a behavioral health specialist with Deputy Dyer has made all kinds of sense. And that 20-hour-a-week, I believe, specialist has been funded through a grant. And I think, if I recall back in the conversation between the Vice Mayor and Commander Tennyson, there was some discussion and openness about saying, hey, maybe we do something and do that in a homelessness, but also in a mental health standpoint, and explore possibilities for doing that. But what I want to make very clear, and I've said this in a prior meeting, that in order to do that, I would want there to be, and we would have to have a position where there would be additional dollars available over and above what we are currently spending to consider exploring that. If there were additional dollars available, I do not want to sacrifice our current level of police services in order to do that. So I am happy to explore, if we have additional funds, I am happy to explore together with the police department the possibility of doing something like that. But we also have to remember that we are a contract city. We don't have a behavioral health department like the county of Ventura has. We'd have to outsource and contract with some entity to provide that level to provide that person who would be a non-sworn personnel. But that might be a way that might be something to explore, as Commander Tennyson indicated. But again, I'm not willing to do that at the expense of cutting our existing levels of service. So, any other comments? Madam Vice Mayor.
Just final comment. When I suggested it, I didn't, just to clarify, I did not make any, I actually said adding funding. I did not talk about taking funding away from police services in any way. Just to get it out there and clarify, because it just seems like every time I mention something that it gets out there and twisted around that I said something else. And quite frankly, I'm getting sick of it.
Well, and I certainly wanted to make my position very clear regarding it. And we will leave it at that. I think my position is crystal clear on this. Okay. Any other comments on this item? I think that actually brings us to, I think that ends our 7:30 calendar for the evening. And at this point, we need to return to closed session for item 6A, which Mr. Pierrick has already provided us a description for. Mr. Pierik, you don't need to give us another description on that, do you?
I don't believe so. We provided that earlier.
Okay. So at this point, we will go ahead and recess into closed session to continue item 6A, and we can all sign in through that separate means. Thank you very much.
We have 5 minutes, or?
Oh, sure, you bet. Let's see, it's 11:21. Do you want to just come back in at 11:30?
Yeah.
Okay, very well. Thank you, 11:30.